we'll push up oil and gas after that. And then, yep. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for coming out tonight. I'm going to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for July 9th, 2024. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Parsbeck.
Here.
Trustee Albrecht. Here. Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy and Trustee Hardy are absent.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone tonight that has comments or questions on something that is not on tonight's agenda. We do have one here for oil and gas, and that will be addressed at the that agenda item. So we'll start off with Mr. Brian Lack. Brian, I know you know the drill. I forgot to say though. You could
No worries.
keep your comments at 3 minutes or less. Thank you.
I'll do my level best. Brian Lack, 706 7th Street, right here in town. I handed out a little comment thing to try and keep it under 3 minutes. And I've got some pictures that, there they are. You know, a few questions. Has the final payment been made to the subcontractor for our sidewalks? If it has, there just in my little area, there's a number of issues that I've seen. On my corner alone, I saw the 2 cracks that go all the way through, and I was like, you know, let's just walk down 1 block and see. Maybe it was just mine. It wasn't. This is just, and they've done it in very different ways in each, which I understand. But that one right there, that's going to break. It's just a little nubbin that's going to break off. There's another one of those cracks all the way through. Let's see. After viewing the workmanship, materials, and attention to detail at my corner that had repairs done, I decided to walk down the street in one direction for 1 block. The pictures explain it best, but a brief description: cracks at the corners, cracks at the sidewalk, and then they use the Bobcat as a dustpan to pick up debris, and it whacks into the existing sidewalk and damages it. And so then a brief discussion of I'm a tradesman, I build cabinets for a living, I'm on many different job sites. They're all run differently. I can tell as soon as I walk on the job site, is there a supervisor present or is there not? If there's not a supervisor, it's just a Darwinian free-for-all, and you just get her done, it's turn and burn, and you go on to the next one. If there is a job site supervisor, it's a very different environment, and the outcome is also very different. My brief discussion of my shop guy, his daughter is an engineer. Her first job in the field was inspecting concrete before they would pour for bridges and whatnot. She worked with CDOT. There's what you call a slump inspection. They pour the concrete out into a cone and you flip it over and you pull it up, and depending on how quickly it slumps. But at any rate, there's a test for different qualities of concrete. And they had like 9 concrete trucks lined up, and they all kept failing the slump test and the aggregate test. And she turned them all back. And the contractor was so upset at her. But her father told the daughter, don't worry, this guy will never do this again to you. Every time he sees your name as an inspector, when he goes to pour concrete, he's going to make damn sure it's good. So just a little anecdotal, there are different types of concrete, etc. So I guess what I'm curious about, like, does the town of Berthoud have someone that goes out and inspects the work? If they do they make a list of like, hey, we got cracks here, we got cracks there, we need to repair this? And I'm also curious if during the process, was the grade of concrete ever tested?
Thank you.
I think, is that 3 minutes?
You
Did I do
passed it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this too.
Yeah, I
And
thought
the
it
presentation. You mind responding to any of these about,
Sure. I do not believe final payment, excuse me, I don't believe final payment's been made. We do have a contract in place. We have a standard construction contract that talks about performance obligations. It covers the general conditions of the project and incorporates the plans and specifications. Talks about the contractor is responsible for all quality and on-site supervision. We do have inspectors that work in the field. They're contracted through Baseline Engineering, who's the town's engineer. And they inspect the work periodically throughout the course of the project. We also do a final punch list walk at the end of the job. Any deficiencies like broken pieces of concrete are required to be fixed prior to final payment being released. And then after final payment, there's a 2-year warranty that's required and a 2-year warranty bond that the contractor provides to us, so that if they don't fix things that are broken during that 2-year warranty period, we can take that bond and use that money to fix the deficiencies. So there's a lot of coverage for us in terms of what we do and how we do it. On sidewalks, we typically don't do a lot of heavy materials testing. It's not like structural concrete for a bridge, where mixed design is obviously critical. We do have a standard mixed design for our sidewalks. It's incorporated, but we don't do a lot of heavy materials testing like we would for, again, like structural concrete, like at the rec center when we did caissons on the pool, or a bridge deck, or things like that. That would be a little different in terms of inspection, quality control procedures.
so again, these things, like those pictures that referenced, those would get fixed and
Yeah, so minor cracking is typical in concrete, especially on little hand-formed curbs and things like that. Some of those are a judgment call. If we feel like they're not a significant deficiency that aren't going to be worse in the future, or they're not in areas that are going to get a lot of heavy traffic or create tripping hazards, we may leave those. But in most cases, broken concrete is required to be removed and replaced.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lack. Next, Kelly McCauley. Is that right?
Hi, Kelly McCauley, 227 North Second, Trailer 4. I'm complete opposite of him. I just wanted to say thank you. Second Street looks great. They're almost done, and everyone's been super nice, the crews have been great, and they've been pleasant to have around, and they work really hard, long hours in the heat. I haven't seen a lot of problems. They could crop up, but I'm sure when you guys do your final inspection. But I just wanted to just say thank you, and Second Street is very happy, at least the majority of everyone I've spoken to. It's a big improvement, so thanks.
Thank you. It's very nice for you to come out and say. And thanks for your advocacy on that as well. John Evans?
Good evening. My name is John Evans. I live at 3252 Donzante Bay Court in Heron Lakes. And thanks for having me for a few minutes. There's an agenda item planned in a couple weeks for short-term rentals. And many of you who have, we've been having these discussions for months, and the town has gone forward to create a new policy to modify the land use code to allow short-term rentals at some capacity. And, I attended along with a lot of other people the planning commission meeting a couple weeks ago. They went through the second draft of the policy. And after the first draft went through, we provided a lot of input. None of that really got incorporated. We were not really told why, other than that this doesn't align with town policy, how it would be written. But the 3 minutes that people have in the planning commission to provide comments no different than this doesn't really give an opportunity to talk about limitations or omissions or other details that we would like to have addressed. And when we were here in March and they did the first read through, we asked if we as citizens could participate in a workshop to help craft the policy and address things that even in the second draft are not really detailed, which includes definitions of what a short-term rental is, because there's a bed and breakfast can vary with owner-occupied versus non-owner-occupied. Density, there's going to be in the draft 50 short-term rentals allowed, but it has nothing in clarification around density or the enforcement aspects. So, and there's a variety of other things as well. But, we would like to get agreement from the town so that we could have a workshop in conjunction with the town staff to work on this prior to it coming to you in the next couple of weeks, or postpone a vote and a decision on it so that some of these things can be addressed. And I think the bottom line is that the impact is far reaching, and if you don't get it right up front, it's going to have long-term effects. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Okay, that's all we have for the general public comment. Yeah, please.
Our suggestion, is there time in our schedule to allow for a work session, and is it legal for us to have a town board meeting that's just a work session with those involved that are gonna be impacted or wanna provide input? I know that's what's supposed to take place in the planning commission, but I do agree with, like he's saying, that having limited time and input doesn't allow a back and forth conversational dynamic, which would help us create a better policy, I think. Or is there an alternative way that we can maybe request detailed letters from individuals who've expressed interest so that we can have that weigh in to our input on the 23rd or whatever that meeting? Do you guys have any thoughts on that? I think what he said has a lot of weight.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you bringing it up. And Mr. Evans, I owe you a reply to your email, so I spaced out on that. I'm sorry.
I think the short answer is you guys can do whatever you want. There's no expectation or obligation to approve the ordinance at the next meeting. And I don't think that we would suggest that you do. We think it's in relatively close to final format. But as you know, I mean, and oil and gas is probably a good example. I mean, we've probably had 9 meetings about oil and gas, including a couple of different work sessions over the course of this policy development process. But we also have not had those with just a handful of people I think for obvious reasons. It's important to, I think, have these discussions in a public forum rather than like a focused workshop with just a group of folks who are interested. So I think if you want to have a work session rather than schedule it for consideration in a meeting, that's fine. I think practically speaking, they both work the same way. It's up to you, how you handle those comments. And I think, for practical reasons, in a board meeting, we limit comments to 3 minutes. The board limits comments to 3 minutes. You could choose not to do that in a work session, have more of an open dialogue. I think that, again, I think a lot of that just is driven by your preference as a board.
I have a question. Mr. Evans, did you draft a document with recommendations on it?
Yes, along with a number of other people.
And you forwarded that to folks at the town?
Mhm.
Okay, so you have
We have it.
his, okay, that was just my question.
I like that idea. I mean, we could just keep keep it the way it is. I don't know what else is gonna be on the agenda that night, but we
That's the big item.
I mean, we could just assume that we're not gonna pass it that night. Or we can make that a study session and
I think it's purely up to you guys. We have it planned for 2 weeks from now. If we want to wait and hold a study session, it'll be farther out. So my suggestion is we go ahead and have the meeting. There's no obligation for you to approve it. You know that. That's a vote of the board if you guys feel like it's ready to approve it or not. So it's another opportunity for public comment to kind of have some feedback about what the ordinance says and what its intentions are. Staff will obviously give you a presentation. We can address the comments that we've already received in writing. Maybe in a little more detail than was done at the planning commission. I wasn't on the planning commission, so I don't know exactly how that conversation went. But I think that's an easy thing to do, and then you can decide whether or not you want to move forward with a vote that night, or if you just want to schedule it for a study session and dive deeper into the topic.
Yeah, I support that because I'd like a little bit more feedback.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I like the idea of whether it's in the meeting or maybe even better if it's before ahead of time, is understanding the gap between, kind of like a comment response log. So reviewing comments received and staff probably or may have a perfectly good explanation of why some comments couldn't be incorporated, but just understanding kind of the big ones would be good.
Sure.
I think I definitely have a sense of urgency with approving this policy, even though I've said from the beginning, it's important that this policy is sound and it's well fleshed out, so we don't rush something, but I think just because these things are already in operations, it's very important we come alongside with a policy that makes everything legal and savvy quickly. So my urgency is that we would have some of this information come to us before that meeting, so that we can have all of the information while we look at the policy. That way, if we can iron out some of those details, it's possible to maybe approve it that meeting or the next. Just to speed up the timeline in a healthy way, not to rush it inappropriately, but to try and keep it at the forefront. Does that make sense?
so let's just keep it where it's at, but we'll treat it a little bit more relaxed as far as dialogue too. I don't know if Mr. Evans is here, but does that work for everyone? Or do you wanna have a special study session like next week?
Either, I'd say my preference would be a study session next week, or we get all of the feedback to our emails from town and citizens, which would be a lot of work on both parts ahead of that meeting, so we can read through and try and process. But
I go either way.
Just as a point of note, I will not be available next week. I'll be out of town for most of the week.
Will do, okay. I think if we just kept it for that Thursday and we advertised to get more input, we have Mr. Evans' comments and others from that area, and I think from Lindsay and the other side, we just get those out to the trustees that don't have them.
I think it'll be fairly easy to address all of those in a meaningful way, so I don't think that's gonna be a significant impediment. So I think the policy we've drafted reflects the comments we've heard from the board and the community previously. There are some things that we did not incorporate that they suggested. We're happy to explain why, so.
that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
That works for me.
Great, thanks for opening that up. Sir?
Thank-
Yeah, come back up if you got. It's so that it's gotta be on the mic.
For point of clarification, so is there a work session next Thursday at the planning committee? I'm just trying to get the date.
No, so this will just be, next meeting we'll have will be the
23rd?
It'll be Tuesday.
23rd, yes, sir.
Okay, because I heard Thursday, and that's where I got a little confused.
I
So
think that was a
23rd.
misspoken date.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah.
The 23rd.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Sir,
Yes, I signed up and am allowed to speak during the.
absolutely.
Corey
Are you, I'm sorry?
Corey Steindl.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't have you.
Corey Steindl, 2222 Barella Drive.
Okay, thanks.
First off, I want to say what an excellent job as a homeowner that I think city council's doing on preserving open space and keeping Berthoud beautiful and becoming one sprawling suburb from end to end, like a lot of communities. I think you guys are doing an excellent job on that. I did want to say on the oil and gas topic that,
Excuse me,
Yeah.
point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
That's gonna be a legislative hearing for this evening.
So we'll have that's a separate sign up. It sounds like you signed
You
up.
guys signed up.
So this is general public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So later
That's why I
on.
was confused too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. All right, is there anyone under general public comment not regarding oil and gas that wishes to speak right now? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on now to consent. Do trustees, would anything like to be removed from consent?
Yeah, I would,
All right, which item?
the financial.
Okay, we'll remove item C, the May 2024 financial information. Anything else?
No, just a couple questions on it.
Okay, is there a motion to approve consent minus item C?
So moved.
All right, is there a second? All right, trustee Kurtz has moved on consent. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Albright,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Mayor Karsback.
Yes. All right, items removed from consent will be considered next. So trustee Wing, the financial information?
Yeah, I don't have it on my screen right here. By any chance, could you pull up page 2 of the financial in the agenda?
Sure.
You say page 2.
Yeah, and I can start talking to it. So on page 2, if it comes up, there's it's kind of an executive overview, and it's got the revenue year-to-date actual to budget, and it's got the expenditures year-to-date actual to budget. And first of all, just high level, I want to compliment the performance of the budget, exceeding revenue by almost $3 million, great, and expenses under budget by over $3 million. So, you know, a financial person looking at a budget would go, wow, that's a really good budget. So I just want to compliment the town for managing the revenue and managing the expenses. However, there are a couple big variances. And I just had a question of, and again, and I'm sorry the audience can't see this, but on page 8, there is it is 8. The building department has got an actual under inspections of 366,000 and the budget was 183. I don't know if anybody knows off the top of their head, you know, if we just had more work going on, more inspections, but it was a pretty decent variance.
Yeah, so and this is common every year. So the inspections budget is driven entirely by how much building comes in. And there's a corresponding offset for inspection fees that are paid as part of the as part of the revenue generation side. But oftentimes there's two things that could result in a variance this time of year. One is a lot of the building happens in the spring and summer, and then it tapers off and slows down. So the percentage of the year-to-date actual versus the year-to-date budget, we could be burning through that budget faster.
Got it.
But also there's a lot of years where we make an adjustment at mid-year to capture, hey, there's a whole lot more building that occurred than we expected based on the market and other conditions that we talked about during the budgeting process. So it is possible that we're just outpacing and will outpace what that budget looks like. But again, there should be a corresponding increase in revenue associated with inspection fees through that building.
So it could be another example where we just divided the total by 12 and because of the heavy spending in the summer months, it doesn't line up essentially year to date, is that?
My suspicion is, and I haven't gone through and evaluated this line item that specifically in response to your question, but my suspicion is it's both. So I think we're having more building than we expected, because we expect the market to taper off fairly significantly because of interest rates, and it really hasn't happened. It's just leveled off. And so, again, I think we're probably outpacing our inspection costs beyond what we thought. And I also think there's some timing issues where we take the total amount that we budgeted, divided over the year, and we're using more of that this time of year because this is the heavy building season.
And because of the increase, there would be offsetting revenue as
There
well.
should be offsetting revenue, yes, that would
Thank
be
you.
relative to the increase in inspection expense.
Yeah.
So we'll make that adjustment at mid-year,
Okay,
and then we'll also make an adjustment at the end of the year if that's necessary.
now mid-year we're on a fiscal calendar, right?
We are, but our mid-year really doesn't take place until August or maybe early September because our revenues for sales tax in particular are 2 months behind. So like we don't close out June until August,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yep, totally. And then on the same page, just second one, and it could be similar, development review, we're budgeted 50,000 from 227.
That's exactly the same issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just one last question, if you look at page 9 of 36, it's sort of a total of all the expenditures, and there's a line on there that says 8.287 million, and that ties out perfectly to the executive summary page. The only question I have is, half of that is this total GFCI expenditures of 4.1 million. I don't see the backup for that.
So the general fund capital improvement is it's Department 10 in the am I getting there? Department 10, Cindy's nodding, in the general fund. And that's where we capture general fund capital. That includes capital equipment purchases like vehicles and other large equipment, but it also includes construction projects. And oftentimes what happens in that GFCI line item or in that portion of the budget is that we'll have projects that we budgeted last year. Maybe we budgeted 4 million last year, but that expense didn't really, maybe we started the project late in the year and most of that expense carried into this fiscal year. And so we will do a rollover from the budget from last year to this year at mid-year to balance those two things out. So if we didn't use all the budget that we planned last year just because of timing of construction or whatever else, we do a rollover at mid-year to bring that expense from last year to this year from a budgetary standpoint. If that makes sense.
It does. And then on that note, so right now, great job, revenues are up several million, expenses are down 7 million. What happens at the end of the year if there's a surplus, if you will? What happens with those?
They just stay in those accounts. They stay in those funds.
Do they roll over to the next
They
year?
just roll over the next year.
Okay, thank you
So
very
that's,
much.
every year you'll see, I think, very consistently for the last, well, as long as I've been here and I think as long as Cindy's been here, because she's very conservative. At the end of the year, we're every year I've been here, we've been under budget on expense and over budget on revenue. And those funds just roll over into the next year, and then we don't count our chickens before they're hatched, so to speak, and so we'd rather have that money, know that we exceeded our projections in a positive way, and then we can worry about spending that money once it's in the bank. But it just rolls over each.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome questions.
Thanks.
Anything else?
No.
All right, is there a motion to approve consent item C?
I'll move to approve consent item C.
Is there a second?
One second.
All right, trustee Ayers has moved to approve item C, the May 2024 financial information. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, may we have another roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes, okay, thank you. Next is we're gonna keep this in place, the 2023 annual audit presentation. We have Hinkle Company in here as well as Cindy Leach, our financial director.
So I'm just gonna introduce Jim with Hinkle and Company. They completed the audit for 2023 of the financial information, and so he's here to give you a report of what they found or didn't find.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Hinkle with Hinkle and Company CPAs, and thank you for allowing me to have a few minutes to describe the audit process. We perform the annual audit of the financial statements, which we start off by updating our understanding of the town's internal accounting controls. Primarily what we are looking for is that to ensure there is a segregation of duties. Every accounting transaction takes 3 steps: the initiation, the approval, and the recording of that transaction in the books and records, and we want to make sure that not one person is doing all 3 of those steps. We're also looking at town policies and procedures with regard to the accounting department to make sure that the internal controls are adequate to ensure safeguard of the town's assets and proper recording. We then will select a sample of transactions, and we do this throughout the entire audit as well. And we look at what we call control features within that system. Things like approval of an invoice prior to payment, approval of proper account coding, etc., those types of things. We do this for 2 reasons. One is we're looking for what we call a significant deficiency or a material weakness in internal controls. A significant deficiency is defined as a design flaw in the system of internal controls that would allow an error to go undetected in the ordinary course of business. And a material weakness would be a significant deficiency that would potentially result in a material misstatement of the financial statements. Based upon our analysis of the controls in place, as well as our testing, we did not find any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the internal control structure. That's the answer that you want to hear. The second reason we do that is then based upon our analysis, we assess the audit risk with respect to the financial statements, and we then design our tests of the accounts to ensure proper accounting. Most of what we do is what we call test of details, where we drill down into account balances and we look at the underlying transactions and we compare those to source documents like invoices, contracts, agreements, deposits, etc., to ensure that the accounting is proper in accordance with accounting principles. We also do a lot of analytic review where we compare the revenues and expenses to last year, to budget, relationships between the balance sheet and the income statement. We're looking for relationships that we either can't explain or don't expect. And if we find any of those, we do more test of details within those specific accounts. We do all of that to come up with an opinion, and your opinion is an unmodified opinion. In layman's term, that's a clean opinion. States that the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with general accepted accounting principles and applied on a basis consistent with the previous years. And that's also the answer that you want to hear. So all in all, the financial statements are in good shape. We actually issue an additional letter called a required communication letter. And that is that we're required to communicate in writing if certain events do or do not occur during the audit, and we have nothing negative to communicate in that letter. We did not have any difficulties in the course of the audit. We did not have any disagreements with management. We did not have any what we call audit adjustments, where we found that the books and records were not recorded correctly and required adjustment to be in accordance with general accepted accounting principles. And we did not have any what we call small adjustments, where there was a small amount of error in the books and records that we didn't need to make an adjustment. So we didn't have any adjustments at all from the audit process that we did the work on. Probably the most important comment that I'd like to make sure everyone hears is that we as auditors felt like we had open transparency throughout the audit process. Everything that we asked for, we got in a timely fashion. We were never kept from any information, or the information was denied to us. So we felt like we could ask for and receive whatever we needed in order to complete an independent external audit of the financial statements. So all in all, it was good. I think Cindy and her crew, we ask a lot of questions. We need a lot of information. They have a full-time job before the audit starts. We're just on top of that, and everything went timely. And I appreciate all of their efforts and the timely responses for all of our requests. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions, trustees?
Yes. How long have you been doing this for the town?
I think we've done 4 years, 5 years.
And are your folks on site?
Yes, we did come on site.
And is there any kind of ranking for, you said everything was good. I mean, it sounds like it was a great audit. Is there any kind of flavor ranking, anything that you issue or?
You either get an unmodified opinion or you get an opinion that is modified because they haven't followed general accepted accounting principles. It's almost like a pass-fail, if you will.
Thank you.
It seems like the only thing in it, maybe a little nitpicky, is the town has omitted the management's discussion and analysis.
Yes.
Okay, so that would just be a piece of paper, kind of overview.
Yes, that basically kind of follows the public company environment, like an Apple or a Microsoft, and they have a management's discussions and analysis on the front end of the financial statements. And that's kind of management's point of view of the financial position of the town and the outlook going into the next year. Governments typically will include that. Berthoud has not, for whatever reason, for a number of years. And we just simply need to disclose that it is not included if it's not there.
Thank you. Okay. That kind of looks like the only thing.
Yes.
Okay, great. Is that something we could add next year?
We could.
Great. Other questions? Comments? Good. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hinkle. Did promise I'll open this up for public comment if anyone wishes to speak to this financial audit. All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote, for discussion and a vote. Everyone seems to be in favor of this. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the 2023 audit?
Motion to approve the audit?
Okay, Trustee Wing has motion. Is there a second? Moved.
I'll second.
All right. Trustee Wing has moved. Trustee Ayers has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Ayers. Yes. Trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes, all right. Thank you. Next is, I'll move up the oil and gas here. This is the oil and gas regulations. This is a public hearing, and just as an overview, we'll have, this is a quasi judicial matter, so we'll have a presentation by Mr. Foote, following, and then questions by trustees to Foote or staff. Then I'll open it up to the public for your testimony, and then I'll close the public hearing portion, bring it back to the board for deliberation, and then potentially a vote.
And Mayor,
Yes.
if you will, just a minor
Please.
clarification. You're acting in your legislative capacity when you're doing this as opposed to your quasi judicial capacity.
Oh, thank you.
So you're creating
Can you
you're
expound on
creating
that, because I don't know what that means.
you're creating policy as opposed to applying
That
rules
policy
to
to
someone's
others.
property.
Gotcha, okay, thank you. So this is a legislative matter.
It is a
Thank you.
legislative matter. Thank you.
Got 10 more CML, I guess. Okay, so we'll open it up with Mr. Foote. Are you available? Hey,
Yes.
you're in person.
Okay, well, good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board of Trustees. I really appreciate you seeing me here today. First, apologize for the very late continuance on May the 28th. I was just not in good enough shape to leave the house, not to mention give a presentation and be on the hot seat with you all on that day. So we're getting to it today and hope to be able to answer all your questions. And the presentation here is just a tad longer than it has been before because I wanted to give a little bit more of an overview since we are at least close to the end of the process. But it won't be too long. And then, of course, questions, comments, etc. I'm happy to take at that point. So I'll give you a quick outline here. First of all, as I said, I'll do a review of the process that we've had. I will then give an overall ordinance summary. I won't be going over every provision of the ordinance for sure, but highlight a couple of the more notable provisions of the ordinance that are before you. And then finally, I'll do a summary of the changes from the last meeting that we had to this meeting. There were 4 main changes other than a number of corrections and semicolons instead of commas and those types of things. But 4 substantive changes between the last meeting and this meeting and the draft that you have in front of you. Okay, you all, I think, probably remember that way back a while ago now, I'm not even sure how long ago it was at this point, we started off talking about location. And location includes both setbacks, which are new oil and gas locations from existing structures like homes, and reciprocal setbacks, which are the opposite of that. That's new structures like homes from existing oil and gas locations. We moved on after that to health and safety provisions, which make up the bulk of the pages of the ordinance that's in front of you. And then finally, we moved on to some procedural aspects as well as enforcement. The procedural aspects, we did what we could to tie in the procedure to existing town of Berthoud procedure when it comes to reviewing permits, for example, and variances, to try not to reinvent the wheel when it comes to those issues. And we can talk about that in a little more detail if you want. I just wanted to put up here for the record, and it was referenced earlier, there have been a number of previous meetings that you all have taken in and considered this with questions and information. And this does go back actually to June of 22, so it's been quite some time here, almost 2 years at this point. So it's flown by, it's been great, but it's also been extensive, and that's appropriate because these regulations are complicated, and there's a lot of information to take in order to come up with your ultimate decision. There also, just to remind you, have been a number of publications before you, a number of memoranda, which lay out in more detail some of the regulations that we examined from comparison jurisdictions, as well as some of the rationale and studies that you could rely upon when you're ultimately making your decision about the final ordinance. So we've talked about the Goldilocks scenario a number of times before, which really, long story short, is you want the regulations to be just right. You want them to be protective. You also are looking for the most protective regulations that exist around the state for the most part, but also not, I guess, to mix metaphors, maybe inappropriately walking too far out on the plank so that you fall off. So that's been how I've taken it and how I've kind of summarized the Goldilocks scenario. As I said, you've been looking for protective regulations from other jurisdictions. You've looked at Broomfield, you've looked at Superior, Erie, Larimer County in particular, and also the state, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission and their regulations. There have been specific issues that have come up that you as individual trustees have brought up that we've delved into a little bit further. And we've paid attention to what have been some of the more contentious issues in other jurisdictions with new oil and gas development. Things like emissions, things like noise, things like location. And there, as I kind of referenced before, there have been some Berthoud specific modifications or a desire and hopefully a good execution of making sure that we wrap this into existing Berthoud code to the extent that we can, including procedural and variance issues, so that we're not doing something completely new for oil and gas regulations, at least when it comes to procedure. So there have been a number of public comments over the course of the process. Many public comments have talked about the need for protective regulations, and there's also been a number of stakeholder group feedback letters as well as testimonies, particularly from trade groups like the American Petroleum Institute and Colorado Oil and Gas Association. All of those have been taken into consideration, and some of those memoranda that I mentioned do specifically mention some of the specific stakeholder feedback letters that we received and whether or not there was action taken or at least action proposed as a result of that feedback. So the new ordinance outline that you have in front of you has sections 30-11-101 through 109. And I will go over some of these in a little bit of detail, at least the parts of those that stand out or maybe to draw your attention to. So beyond just the introduction and purpose, which is 101, and the definitions, which is 102, we did get into location restriction for new facilities in section 103. What I'll do is I'll draw your attention to kind of a dual approach to these location restrictions. First of all, you had tentatively settled on a 2,000-foot setback between new oil and gas locations and existing residential units and other types of buildings, in addition to zoning restrictions. So this is kind of a dual approach. There are zoning restrictions in the current draft which only allow new oil and gas facilities to be located in either agricultural or industrial zoned areas, not residential. So residential is off limits, no matter what the setbacks may be, according to the current draft. And within those zones where it would be allowed, like agricultural and industrial, there is a 2,000-foot setback between the new location and things like residential units, dwelling units, homes in other words. Also, I'll draw your attention to the measurement, which in all practical extent will extend, I should say in all practical terms will extend the setback a little bit because it's measured from the boundary of the oil and gas location to the property line of the home. So if you have a property line of the home that say is 500 feet, if the home is 500 feet from the property line, that kind of adds an extra 500 feet to the setback. And same goes for the boundary of the oil and gas location. Of course, that's not exact, but that should add a little bit more to the setback. Unless somebody has a home right on the property line, which of course could occur. So section 3011-104 is the reciprocal setback section. Again, well, I shouldn't say again, we'll just go over this very quickly. There are really 3 tiers here that we've talked about and that you tentatively decided upon back when we talked about this a while ago. And this is based on the issues that these facilities can have and the fact that these issues that the facilities can have are more pronounced at the beginning as opposed to the end. That doesn't mean that there aren't issues at the end or in the middle. It just means they're more likely to occur during the pre-production times as well as the production plus 1 year. And so there is a tiered system for the reciprocal setbacks where if you have an existing oil and gas location and it's in pre-production, then there's no homes that can go within 2,000 feet of that during the pre-production phase all the way up to 1 year after it's in production. After the 1 year mark from when production begins, then that reciprocal setback shrinks down to 500 feet. And then at the time that the facility is plugged and abandoned and the area is reclaimed, that reciprocal setback then shrinks down to 250 feet. So it never goes below 250 feet. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the pre-production phases and also up to a year, it's as far as 2,000 feet. Section 3011-105 gets into really the meat of the public health, safety, welfare, environmental, and wildlife protections. As I've mentioned a couple of times, there's a procedural cross-reference to your existing 33-106, which is just procedure about how you go about reviewing applications in general. So that wheel is not being reinvented. There's cross-references to a development agreement, which is, I think, as far as I can tell, pretty unique amongst Berthoud. And working very closely with staff during the development of these regulations, they expressed a desire to use some of the same processes and procedures that they do for any other kind of development, which includes a development agreement with the applicant or then the developer. And so basically a contract laying out the terms that can be enforced by the town. So if there's any kind of suspicion of the contract being broken, then they can go through the normal types of remedies that are laid out in statute already, or just through basic contract remedies. That's in section 3011-106, which I'll get through in just a minute. And again, the public health, safety, welfare, environmental, and wildlife protections, I just mentioned it goes from alternative location analysis all the way to wildlife, so A through Z almost. There's a lot of protections and public welfare protections here. Alternative location analysis, it pops to my mind, it requires alternative location analyses, which is something that's stronger than many jurisdictions do. Wildlife requirements pretty much dovetail with existing Berthoud wildlife requirements. And as I said, there's all kinds of protections in between, which we can go into more detail if you'd like to in the future. Section 106 is, as I mentioned before, probably a little bit of unique twist by the town of Berthoud here, at least from what I can see. What it provides is it takes the regulatory baselines that are in 105, and 105 requires a whole bunch of plans that have to be submitted, and the plans indicate how the operator would be planning on complying with the regulations, and that is the baseline. But let's say that there's an application, say 3 or 4 or 5 years down the road from after you enact this. there's technological improvements, there's better best management practice and so forth. 106 allows you, as part of the development agreement, to account for those new technological improvements or best management practices. And so before the development agreement is executed, if there's a best management practice that is better than what's indicated in section 105, then the board and the town can consider putting that in and making that part of the development agreement. So 105 sets the baseline, 106 allows you to go above and beyond that. And the advantage of that, of course, is that you don't have to redo your regulations every 6 months or every year when there's new best management practices, and it allows you to make sure that you're incorporating what you think should be incorporated and what you view as being the best technological practices for an oil and gas operation. There is an ability for variances, just like there is for any kind of development. And so if the applicant wants to have a variance or wants to apply for a variance, they can do that just like any other kind of development can do. And then finally, there would be a memorandum of understanding that I think would dovetail with the development agreement that again would be enforceable between the town and the operator if it turns out that the application is approved. Finally, in 106, there are a number of provisions that require the applicant, the operator, to submit an application fee and also be responsible for all costs of review. And so if you want to hire technical help, or if the staff wants to hire technical help to go through the application, they can do that. That has to be paid for by the operator. Legal help, engineering help, any kind of technical help can be provided for by the operator as part of the review of the application. So, of course, that allows the town to not have to have somebody on staff full-time in order to be ready to review any of these applications that come in. Section 107 deals with insurance and financial assurances. The insurance requirements are pretty robust, more so than, well, actually, they're very similar to the city and county of Broomfield, which I think are the strictest in the state for local jurisdictions. The financial assurances that are required are more strict than the state. The state recently went through a rulemaking to revise their financial assurance rules statewide. What's proposed here in the ordinance is stricter than the state. It requires a $100,000 financial assurance for any location, and on top of that, a $100,000 financial assurance for multiple wells. And so if there were 2 wells, then it would be a $200,000 financial assurance. Most of the locations, of course, now have multiple wells. And so if you're looking at 10 wells, it would be $100,000 per location and then $100,000 for any additional well, which should be sufficient to provide for any plugging and reclamation at the end of the life of the well, assuming that the state and the financial assurances that are required by the state don't cover it. So you'll be pretty much double covered under financial assurances under this ordinance. 108 goes into inspections, enforcement, and fines. It requires the operator to do inspections, but also allows the town to come in and do inspections at the town's discretion. Those inspections and fees are covered by the operator, and it revises enforcement provisions, including lining up the possible penalties for violations to up to $15,000 per violation per day, which is actually matches the state and a number of local jurisdictions in that maximum amount of fine that could be assessed, and much higher than I believe the existing one, which is at $2,600 per violation per day. Okay, so I'll go over a few changes from the March 12th draft to the one that you have in front of you today. They deal with cumulative impacts, the informed consent setback exception, water setbacks, and air emissions. Regarding cumulative impacts, you may or may not be aware that there was legislation in the General Assembly that just ended in May that deal with cumulative impacts, and the Energy and Carbon Management Commission is currently going through a rulemaking to implement the legislation and turn that into statewide rules for cumulative impacts. So we're in a little bit of a odd period here where we don't really know what the state's going to do. But that seems to be kind of the case with oil and gas regulations in general. It seems like there's always a local jurisdiction or there's always a state that are changing things. So, of course, I've taken a look at the legislation. I know the legislation. I've taken a look at some of the, actually all of the proposed rules for cumulative impacts at the state. and have changed a few things based on what I've seen from the legislation and some of the proposed rules from the state. One of the things that I changed was the definition of cumulative impacts to track the state, not completely, but mostly to track what the definition of the state, at least the definition of the legislation that requires to be implemented by the state, in order to just be consistent with that. The definition that was proposed before was a definition that really didn't have support from other jurisdictions or the state. But now that we have some clarity from the legislature about what they want the state to do, I think that tracking the state for the most part is probably the best solution here for a definition. I wanted to make clear here that when you do consider any potential new or any new application for oil and gas locations, you will of course consider public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and the impacts. And if you should also consider any cumulative impacts. And I just wanted to make that clear in the language here, which is in 3011-103, that the oil and gas operations will be located to avoid or sufficiently minimize and mitigate adverse impacts, including any cumulative impacts to surrounding land uses and to protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And so I think a case could have been made that cumulative impacts would have been part of that analysis before, but I just thought it would make sense to make it explicit so that you all can consider that in your decision making. So here's the definition of cumulative impacts that I mentioned. In red is what is in the current draft. In black and the strike through is what we had before. As I said, the reason for this is to generally match the state. It doesn't match the state word for word, but it generally matches the state and what the General Assembly had promulgated in their bill this year. Okay, that should say change number 2, which is informed consent. We went over this in one of our prior meetings where there was a desire to put in an informed consent clause. The informed consent could allow a homeowner or a business owner to allow the new oil and gas location to be as close as 1,000 feet from that particular structure if they give informed consent for that particular operation to be there. So there's a 2,000-foot presumptive setback, but if the residents or the business owner is okay with the facility being 1,700 feet or 1,300 feet, and they go through and sign a valid informed consent, then that can be something you all can consider and would be an exception to the rule. Another change deals with water setbacks. At the beginning, well, I should say the beginning drafts had a 2,000-foot presumptive setback with no exception other than the general variance that could be an exception to anything theoretically. But there was a 2,000-foot presumptive setback based on feedback about that. In the current draft, it's been changed to a 2,000-foot setback that could be reduced to as low as 1,000 feet if the operator can show there's no likelihood of contamination of that particular surface water resource. So the burden is on the operator to show there's no likelihood of contamination. If that's shown and you agree with that, then it can be reduced to a 1,000-foot setback. Another change is regarding emissions. There was a number of changes regarding emissions here. And this is based on pretty extensive feedback and reconsideration. Part of it was, I think it was kind of confusing. And so I went through and tried to make it less confusing. There were some areas like with baseline monitoring that somehow or another ended up being duplicative in some ways. And so some of it was just a general cleaning up. But substantively, there was a requirement for modeling in one of the prior drafts. That's proven to be a very heavy lift, and kind of going back to the walking the plank analogy, that would probably be walking off the plank because no other jurisdiction has implemented that except Broomfield, but they've never gone through and put any kind of meat on the bones as to what modeling would be. The state has tried to do it. I should say legislation has tried to do it. It hasn't gone anywhere. And so the modeling requirement was tentatively excluded in this particular draft. However, monitoring was revised in a way, and there's another revision I think that could make up for the lack of modeling in some ways. Monitoring was revised to ensure that it's continuous monitoring for up to 3 years after the facility goes into place. And again, the language here I think was a little bit unclear, but we tightened it up a little bit. But the bottom line is the operator's required under these particular draft rules to monitor area emissions for a number of toxics, a number of types of emissions, all the way from pre-production to up to 3 years after production begins. There were some red lines through some best management practices, and the reason why those red lines are there is because they were duplicative of the state. So the Air Quality Control Commission already requires a number of best management practices as part of their rules, and some of those just ended up in this draft, but it doesn't make sense to make it duplicative, and so I took out the duplicative ones, or at least the ones that are duplicative of the state. Now you'll notice there's still some best management practices that are in there that are above and beyond what the state requires. And finally, there's a new section that talks about the requirement for storage tanks to be used in any new location unless the operator can show that it's technically infeasible to do so. Storage tanks are one of the main sources of emissions, not only from, well, I should say they're one of the main sources of emissions during the production phase all the way through the beginning of production through, say, the 30-year lifespan. And so by eliminating storage tanks, or at least minimizing them, you're going to necessarily minimize emissions from the site during its entire lifespan. Okay, so hopefully that wasn't too long, but I'm happy to take any kind of questions or go into further details if there's something in here that I didn't cover that you're interested in.
Thank you, Attorney Foote. Trustees, questions? Mr. Wing.
I'm new and I see that this has been going on for a couple of years. So I'm a little, I have a deficiency in maybe the knowledge of things that have been shared in the past. Just a couple of questions. If I even know what this is. So the 2,000 feet on the pre-production. Now, fracking is part of this. That's not an ignorant question. And my understanding from a layman's standpoint is fracking is underneath the ground and has tentacles that extend out, I don't know how far. So do they go farther than 2,000 feet? So even though the unit on the above the ground is 2,000 feet away, the infrastructure underneath could indeed go into these other areas. Is that a legitimate question?
That's correct. Just to clarify from the beginning, the under state law, the state of Colorado, the ECMC, has sole jurisdiction over what happens below the ground. Local governments share jurisdiction with the ECMC to what happens above the ground. And so the local jurisdictions have the ability to cite new locations for the above ground effects. And so that's really what we're dealing with here is 2,000 feet away from the facility, the well pad that's above ground.
So the actual infrastructure below the ground could indeed go into residential areas and or even water areas?
It could go below those. Yes.
Okay. And then I don't know what the exact word is, but then it can get afterwards, after the pre-production, it can get within 500 feet. How, if it was 2,000 to begin with, how does it then get to within 500?
Well, that's the difference between the setbacks and the reciprocal setbacks. And so the setbacks deal with new oil and gas locations around existing homes. Reciprocal setbacks is the opposite of that. So say that you have an existing oil and gas location and there's new homes that are coming into the area.
Okay.
That's when reciprocal setbacks are used.
Okay. And then storage tanks you mentioned, and this is generating gas or oil. If it's not stored in a tank, where does it go?
It's piped out.
Oh, so there would be a piping infrastructure that takes it somewhere from that space.
Well, it could be trucked out, but it would likely be piped out. But yes, it's taken away from the location into another location.
Okay. And I had one last question. When you looked at all these other towns, like when I drive over to, I think it's Firestone and Frederick and Tacona and that, these things look like they've proliferated. They're just, it looks like they're everywhere. Is there any aesthetic ramification that any towns have done to not have that aesthetic look?
There are regulations throughout the state about what kind of color you should paint it or the kind of landscaping you should have around that facility, if that's what you're getting at. So that's something that exists.
No one's gone below ground.
As far as the aesthetics, I'm not sure what you're getting at for
You
aesthetics.
don't see it. It's literally,
Oh, no. I'm not aware of any kind of requirement that the whole facility has to be buried.
thank you very much.
And just to maybe jump on one thing, you talked about Frederick or Firestone and Dacono, those were not specific regulations that we looked at. I mean, I looked at those a little bit, but those town regulations are a lot more permissive than I got the sense this board wanted. So we looked at some comparison jurisdictions, some that really make sense, like Larimer County, of course, but also Broomfield, Superior, Town of Erie, because there are some that are maybe similar size to Berthoud, some that also wanted to be implementing very protective measures, like Broomfield has had that in mind, so.
Broomfield's close to being built out, isn't it? There's not a lot of agriculture, it doesn't seem, left in Broomfield.
Well, I'm not sure the answer to that. Broomfield has had the experience of some pretty new oil and gas development that's come in over the last 4 or 5 years. And so they have some pretty recent experience, and that's resulted in a number of changes in their code, which are reflected in many ways in this code as well, that kind of hard-earned experience that they had. But as far as how much space they have for additional housing or ag, I couldn't speak to.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I do have a few, yeah, one related to the reciprocal setback. Does it, like, maybe it would be in the development agreement or somehow, but is there any sort of disclosure to these new lots that might be coming, disclosure requirement? The reason I ask is because I, you know, you would think somebody would see it or know about it, but, you know, some people, you know, don't know that they're even buying a house in a metro district necessarily, so I think a disclosure of some sort, requirement of some sort would be.
Yeah, there's nothing in the reciprocal setbacks ordinance that requires a disclosure. There is currently state law that requires a disclosure when it comes to closing documents to purchase new property.
Yeah.
But I mean, we all know that's like 1,000 pages of stuff.
Yeah.
So, but if there's an additional desire for some kind of mandated disclosure, that's something that we can discuss. But that's not currently in the ordinance.
We can hold that for discussion after the fact. I was just curious. My other question was related to the spatial extent. So this would apply to current town proper boundaries versus the GMA, right? And then it would just continue to apply in the event we were to annex new land, or does this apply? Because Larimer County potentially would control land outside of the town, but in the growth management area. I just want to make sure I can understand how this is being applied.
The intent is if it's under the town of Berthoud's jurisdiction, then these rules would apply.
Okay.
It's only in the town corporate boundaries.
Okay, and not in the space outside,
Yeah, we don't
unless there was an annexation down there.
That's right.
Okay.
And then at that point, they would be in our town boundaries.
Okay, yeah, I just, wanted to make sure I understood that. I try to get all my stupid questions out of the way early in the week. It's only Tuesday.
No stupid questions.
That's the only, I guess, broad questions that I have for now. Thank you.
Cool. Other questions?
How many do we currently have
Oil and gas locations?
in production?
There are 2 that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I was going to say less than a half a dozen, but I haven't looked at it recently. There have been a number of plugged and abandoned wells that have been,
I'm sorry, what is it?
a number of wells that have been plugged and abandoned.
Okay,
So historic locations, but not, they've been plugged.
And I'm sorry, I misspoke. There are basically two properties that have wells. One of those properties has multiple wells on it.
and do we have any kind of projection on what 10 years, 15, 20 years out the number would be? Is there anything like that?
There's really no way to know.
Okay.
Do we have any pending right now anymore?
We do not.
I had a quality, monitoring for 3 years after production begins. Okay, so how long is production? You said up to 30 years, right? Or 20 years?
Yeah, generally, the operators say 20 to 30 years.
Okay. And so do you see any reason of extending the monitoring, or is the worst part of the monitoring the very beginning or something?
The 3 years is on the more aggressive scale for continuous monitoring, I would say, for the state. But I don't think there's any scientific reason between 2 to 4 years or 3. It's just, I think, extends more so than most jurisdictions would ask for. But I would say that the theory there is that if there's likely to be a problem, it's more likely to occur at the beginning of production rather than the end. But that doesn't mean that there's not problems. It's just that it's more likely to occur at the beginning.
Is it financially a big burden on, I guess we require the operator to do that. So extending that out decades.
It would be more of a financial burden to do so.
Okay, and then I can't remember exactly. So the storage tanks, we said not to do unless that's unfeasible.
Correct.
Okay, so we're saying to pipe it out or truck it out, if possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
With the storage tank in place, they're still gonna have to truck it out eventually.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting this in my head now. So no storage tanks, they get to pipe it out immediately.
Right.
Yeah, okay, that's why we did it.
So can I just piggyback on that real quick? So that would be addressed, the infeasibility would be addressed in a development agreement of some sort, right? Or that process, I guess I should say, rather than maybe the agreement itself.
Well, that, of course, there's going to be a lot of interaction between the town and the operator, the applicant. And so just to highlight a little bit, there's been a lot of, tweaks that we made. And one of those is that in the state regulations as well as some local regulations, it says where feasible, do something. What I've done here is I've switched the burden around a little bit so that the applicant actually has to show that it's infeasible in order for them to not have to do that. So I think it's maybe a little legalistic, but could make a big practical difference. Instead of the operator coming and saying, oh, sorry, it's not feasible, we're going to go ahead and do tanks, they would actually have the burden to show that it's technically infeasible for them to have tanks. And that could make a difference as to whether or not the staff thinks that's really true.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Trustee Wynn?
Funding, so making this up, just for example, Exxon comes in and says, we're gonna do this well on this agricultural thing. And they're gonna take the product and sell it, refine it, blah, blah, blah. Is there a revenue stream for the state or the town or that's part of that?
Yes, I mean, there's revenue to various entities that occurs from oil and gas drilling. There's state severance tax, for example. There's local taxes, property taxes. There's a number of revenue streams that do come from new oil and gas development, typically.
Are those governmentally set?
Not by this particular ordinance, no. That probably goes a little, I think so, yes, because, as far as tax rates go and mills, that's of course set. But as far as how those revenues are calculated, I couldn't get into.
Just as a matter of note, our severance taxes on oil and gas, I think annually are somewhere in the $80,000 range, plus or minus.
What does that mean, severance tax?
So those, I honestly don't exactly know how they're calculated. They get run through the state.
It's not by
It's
gallons.
on oil
gallons
and
of
gas that's produced in the town.
Cubic feet of natural gas, or
I'll be honest, I don't know. We
Just
take
put
we
my
take
down
a check from the state.
Right, so the severance tax that the town gets right now from the existing locations, are you saying is somewhere around $80,000 a year?
I believe that's right, yeah.
Is that, don't they also calculate in others in the area, or is that we only get a severance tax off of our incorporated drilling? Or let's say a municipality has 0 in it, I thought they still get some kind of statewide severance tax.
Well, there is, so the severance tax is actually calculated statewide. There's some offsets and deductions, but the state gets a cut and then local governments get a cut. So there's a formula for distribution of the state cut, and then the local cut goes towards the local governments where the facility is located.
per well?
It's per production.
volumetric.
Right,
within
so
that.
the more that's produced, the more severance tax should be generated.
And the special districts rely a lot more on that, like fire departments than I guess we do, because we have a more variety of sources.
Speak to that, I know that the fire department, the majority of their budget comes from oil and gas production.
Other questions?
All minor answer.
Um, let's address, maybe the audience would do this, but so we have, is force pooling addressed by 181, or did we address that within our regulations?
So force pooling is, just a quick summary of force pooling. It's, there are a number of mineral owners, thousands of them, and there may be mineral owners that aren't responsive or don't want to actually lease their minerals, and they could be forced under state statute to do so anyway. There are various reasons for that we can get into in more detail if you really want to, but the bottom line is that in order to produce minerals from a particular area, there's some mineral owners that are forced to be a part of that particular contract. However, under legislation that was just passed this year, local governments are exempt from that. So local governments cannot be forced to lease their minerals against their will under new legislation.
Okay, cool.
So I don't know if Berthoud has any minerals, but if Berthoud does have minerals, it would not be subject to force pooling.
And they would, the operator still, well, I guess, yeah, they would need a contract, they just can't use it, but they'd probably contact you to ask.
Yes, I mean, how they would respond to that situation, I don't know. In fact, I don't think there's been a situation like that because the legislation has just passed this year. They might have to drill around. It's hard to say exactly how they're gonna deal with that. I mean, there are many local governments and others that would just agree to having their minerals used because it's revenue for them. But if there's a local government that decides not to for whatever reason, then they can't be forced to do so.
Okay, thank you. Noise limits, did we end up putting anything in there on that? Yeah, certain amount of
Yes.
time.
Noise is in section 105, and it takes a little different tact than the state. The state has, and many local governments have, kind of a absolute limit for noise, like say 70 decibels or 65 decibels, depending on the circumstance. What we have in the draft here is the noise can only go a certain amount above ambient noise. And so, for example, if the ambient noise that's measured up to a kilometer away is say 60 decibels, then during the daytime, these operations can't exceed 65. During the nighttime, they can't exceed 63. And so that was designed in order to try to deal with a situation where if the ambient noise is fairly quiet, there's been situations where the operator is still compliant with not exceeding the maximum possible, but it's still really noisy because there's a big difference between ambient noise and what the maximum possible would be.
Thank you, that's all I have right now. Oh, so we talked landscaping, fencing, I mean, as far as coverage of it, and that, I thought that was a novel idea of going below ground, but do we have anything regarding walls or did we touch on that?
I'm not sure if there's anything in here about landscaping. I would have to go through and double check that. There might be something about visual aesthetics. There might also be a cross-reference to what currently exists with the town for what you would do for visual aesthetics for other types of development. But I'm not 100% positive of which one it is.
I seem to recall that we did talk aesthetics,
Administrator Crick, do you
some
remember?
sort of visual barrier.
We have existing aesthetics requirements in our code. We do require in this ordinance, I know there's a requirement for fencing for both site security and visual aesthetics. I don't know that it's explicit in this ordinance. I believe it references back to our other
Right.
development code requirements for
okay.
aesthetics and
Kinda
site development.
And then with water quality, this will be my final one, and you addressed this, but could we go back over that real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, it says ECMC test 4 nearby wells, Loveland requires everything within 1/2 mile. If that's, I don't know if this is accurate, this is from a resident, I'm just trying to get ahead of this. What was our policy again?
There is water quality testing in section 105. I believe it requires water testing for anything that's within a 1/4 mile radius. I'd have to go back and look at the section to be sure, but I know that there is testing that's addressed in this ordinance in 105.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
And Mayor Kirschbeck, back to the question about aesthetics, it is here in the ordinance. Sorry, I'm trying to go back to the original citation, but it's on in your packet on the kind of the full tranche draft that has the red lines. It's on the page. It starts lighting and visual impact starts on page 24.
In this case, the red means we're keeping it, right? That's an update.
Yeah, unless it's struck through. But it talks about lighting, being compliant with our dark sky requirements, demonstrating compliance with our Berthoud Municipal Code for landscaping, fencing, and lighting, so referencing back to our other standards like we mentioned, but still having some note about paint colors being matched to or darker than the landscape, non-reflective, non-contrasting, fencing. There's a visual plan that's kind of required as part of the site. So there's references in here specifically, and then references back to our other standards and the development code for other site development requirements.
Okay, thank you, Administrator Kirk. Appreciate that. Do you see any reason, Mr. Foote, for increasing our water quality testing from quarter mile to half mile or anything like that? Or why do we pick quarter mile? Is that just the standard by the other municipalities?
I think if I'm recalling correctly, quarter mile was at the time was pretty standard amongst comparison jurisdictions. But I mean, of course, the policy decision is yours about how you want to go with the regulations, as long as it's something that can be justified as necessary and reasonable and under the state statute.
And have you seen or know of instances where water quality testing beyond quarter mile has shown oil and gas, or that it's seeped farther than quarter mile?
I am not aware of that. It maybe exists, but there's really no kind of central repository for that kind of information, so you just have to know it somehow. And I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have. Did you have anything, Trustee Albright? Okay, that's great. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'll open it up to the public. Clerk, can we get that sheet? And if you could come to the front, even though you wrote down your address, if you could state your name and address again, and then please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, that'd be appreciated. Okay, we'll start off with Mr. Patrick Bassett.
Can we still sign up?
Yes, absolutely. You don't need to sign up. Anyone that didn't, you just raise your hand and I'll call you up. Thank you.
I can set my timer for 3 minutes.
All right, appreciate it.
My name is Patrick Bassett. I'm retired. I live at 361 Capitol Reef Street here in Berthoud. I'm retired. I used to work for the CDPHE, that's the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And ironically, I wrote the application for oil and gas from a healthcare perspective, by which people could go ahead and say, I'm downwind of a drilling rig and I'm experiencing all these health symptoms. It affects three things: earth, water, and excuse me, earth, water, and air. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
Here too.
But one thing I can tell you is that anytime you're dealing with petrochemicals, it's sloppy. You may have all these divisions saying all these setbacks and everything else, but especially if you get under the earth with all of the water that soaks through, it will get into the drinking supply. It's that simple. The other thing I wanted to go ahead and ask about, this is a request for clarification. I'm coming into this sideways. I didn't get the information until the last couple of days ago about this meeting. The first thing is, am I clear in understanding that if the this new agreement goes through, that fracking will be allowed in Berthoud? Is that correct?
We'll just do your statements here, and then we can answer these afterwards. We'll have Mr. Foote come back up.
Second, in the surveyor, there was I noticed there were legal notices that went out about the oil and gas meeting. Was there any other indication that this might be a consequence of the voting taking place? Because I just have a feeling, I don't know how many people in Berthoud are actually aware of the consequences of these changes. On a personal level, I really, really hope this doesn't go through, but that's because of my aversion to, I like Berthoud the way it is. I understand there are other issues involved, but I think those are the primary things that I'm concerned about. I can go ahead and stop at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bassett. Next is Don Matera Bassett.
Good evening, I'm Dr. Dawn Matera Bassett, 361 Capitol Reef Street, Berthoud. So when I heard about this a few days ago, and I wish I would have known earlier, I went away from emotions and went to facts. So I actually started to look at things and I nerded out a bit and was looking at the research. And the first thing that I found was that there's this whole advocacy group called Coloradoans for Responsible Energy Development, which sounds wonderful. And I looked them up and I found out that they're made of 6 different groups of oil companies. So if you want to know what Phillips and Chevron and Occidental want to do, you can go there. But there's nobody else other than oil companies listed there. And of course, they're talking about the benefits of oil and gas work. So then, because I'm a nerd, I went to the research. And I really looked at, if we're looking at opening up ourselves to the risk on a finite resource like water, air, land, what do we know, right? So for those of you who don't nerd out a lot, when you go to research, it actually tends to be 3 to 5 years behind the times. So you want to look at research that's the most currently available to know what's really going on, right? So you can go online and you can find out all this research about 2013, 2016, but research that's published in 2016 is actually reflective of knowledge gained probably around 2012. So it gives you a sense of, whoa, well, there wasn't that much going on in 2012. So I looked at research that's more current in the last 3 to 5 years from today's date, and really looked at what the National Institute of Health said, what the Environmental Protection Agency said, what the Departments of Public Health say in different organizations. I looked at independent researchers and environmental scientists. By the way, I do have these documents available to email to you all if you'd like them. And so I looked at what do they say and what are the impacts. And looking at impacts known, so these aren't guessing, these are known impacts on neurological development, on infant brain development, on infants, period, which makes sense because your bodies are growing when you're an infant. There are known impacts on water, not suppositional, known. Community impacts, known impacts on housing, housing markets, and evictions because you have the oil and gas people coming in and they're raising housing markets. So then you have people who can't afford housing who end up getting evicted. You all know the dance because we're dancing that dance already with people like me who've moved into amazing Berthoud, who have caused real estate values to go up, right? So you have that problem. You also have problems with roads, which you all already talked about briefly, because now you've got to pipe them out, right? And so you've got to have trucks coming in to pipe things out. If you're going to pipe it out, where you're going to put it. So you have a lot of infrastructure implications as well, which aren't addressed. One of the big things that came to my mind when I was looking at this was a lot of the regs that we have in here and the state of Colorado regs refer to we're going to be compliant with state and federal guidelines, right? Which sounds somewhat encouraging depending upon how you feel about state and federal guidelines. However, the safe water drinking law that we currently have, the federal law, does not include contaminants from fracking specifically. And they actually call it the Halliburton loophole. And that was as of 2022. So when they're talking about reviewing the quality of water, the contaminants of water, and they're saying, well, we're compliant with the Safe Water Drinking Act, that's lovely, but the Safe Water Drinking Act doesn't actually account for these chemicals. It doesn't require you to say, where are those at? So that's a concern.
Thank you, Mrs. Bassett. We're past our 3 minutes. Here.
Okay.
Appreciate your
I'll
time.
stop. I could go more.
Sure. Ms. Leslie Tassie?
Good evening, I'm Leslie Tassie, 945 North 4th Street in Berthoud. Good evening, Mayor Garsbeck and trustees. No matter how stringent a town's oil and gas regulations are, and even with the assurance of the oil and gas industry's so-called best management practices, the fact is that oil and gas production wreaks havoc on our health, safety, and the environment. Despite our town's best efforts in passing the revised oil and gas ordinance, the people of Berthoud are already the victims of harms inflicted by oil and gas development. On a daily basis, we breathe air that is some of the most toxic in the nation. We are witnessing the catastrophic effects on our climate and on our health with the release of methane, benzene, xylene, and VOC emissions, to name a few, with every new fracking site. Respiratory and neurological problems, cardiovascular damage, low birth weights, premature mortality, cancer, and strokes are everyday occurrences among those living in oil and gas communities along the Front Range and beyond. Our precious water supply is being gobbled up through the fracking process, never to be replenished, as it contains lethal contaminants, forever chemicals, and radioactive components, as well as chemicals that the industry will not disclose. We are constantly being lied to by the industry, who claims that their drilling process is state of the art. Documentation by thermal imaging cameras proves otherwise. Constant leaks, shoddy maintenance, and empty promises negatively impact our population every single day. The sad truth is that Berthoud is most likely to fall victim to big oil with the end of our moratorium. Though town boards work for many hours to protect their residents, it is a vain attempt to stave off the predatory, money-hungry industry. Some of you say that you want to set your sights on the future by implementing sustainability efforts, an admirable goal. But what about now? I'm willing to bet that with the passage of Berthoud's new regulations tonight, the oil and gas people will come knocking at our door tomorrow. As a friend wrote the other day, fracking in and around Berthoud is exactly the kind of project that should be impossible under SB 191 regulations. This is the absolute wrong place for toxic industrial projects with all the inherent air pollution, leaks, explosions, truck traffic, and noise. Additional drilling is not needed, and wells simply cannot be drilled while taking health and safety into account. However, aside from a total ban, what Berthoud is doing is implementing the strictest oil and gas regulations possible, increasing the proposed 2,000-foot setback to 3,000 feet, as they have done in Arapahoe County. May not sound like much, but every inch away from a fracking site could make a difference in the quality of life of homeowners, schools, and businesses. A mile would be even better. I'm sure the residents of Berthoud would be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kelly McCauley?
Kelly McCauley, 227 North Second Street, Trailer 4. I wrote notes. First of all, water. We don't have water already, and with all the building that we're approving, where's this water coming from? And they waste it. They shoot it underground, full of toxic chemicals. I mean, I just don't understand how we can approve of something like that. Also, I moved here from Superior. I do not think they approved anything. They shot down all the fracking and stuff. So I would advise the board to please go talk to the other towns or, you know, and find out what the real story is. You know, you hear one version, I'm surprised that you brought up Superior because I don't think it's happening there. Sorry. And is it worth the money? What you said, 80,000 with all these new housing and taxes coming? Do we really need $80,000 a year from different wells? And also he was saying something about $100,000 a well. What if there's an accident? It's millions of dollars. It's a super fund tax, you know, 100,000 is nothing, you know. If you have to clean up a spill and what the air quality, I don't know. I think the town shouldn't vote on it tonight and should really do more research and get also other opinions from other towns and boards to really see what's going on. And I think that's it. And,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Corey Steiner? Steiner, thank you.
Yes, I just want to say, if I could ask the board to do one thing before they consider this is to go to Google Maps.
Sir, I know you already did it, but can you state your name and address too?
Oh,
I
yes,
know it
I'm
sounds
sorry.
ridiculous.
Corey Steindale, 2222 Barella Drive.
Thank you very much.
Go to Google Maps and view the satellite view of the western slope in the state of Colorado. The number of wells out there is staggering. It is unbelievable. Entire, you can see them little pimple dots of oil wells. It's incredible the number of oil wells already drilled in this state. I mean, we're gonna have an oil well every quarter mile in this state. I mean, I know that, free enterprise and business, and it's about money, drilling and making money, of course. But there's also environmental concerns with the water, and some of the other speakers have also pointed out. And a lot of the studies further down the road also become aware. They become more aware of the environmental concerns on oil and gas exploration. And I know, it has to be done. We drive cars, but my word would be containment, perhaps. Why not? And I know once again it's about money and the amount of money, but contain the number of oil wells and keep them in certain areas and away from great towns like Berthoud. I hate to see us become Frederick or some of the other towns out there uneasy. It's one of the reasons I moved to Berthoud, is to get away from all the fracking they have out there going on. I mean, we all know there are environmental concerns, and I know the oil and gas industry assures us that there aren't, but and that they're monitoring it. But we always find out later that, oops, it isn't as precise or as controlled as they would like us to think. And so that's what
Thank you very much. All right, there's a gentleman, sir.
I'm Ron Hirsch, 621 Lenny Lane.
Thank you.
So I'd like you to think of the bigger picture. I'm going to be emotional here, but we got to get our heads out of the sand here. In the last week, we had the biggest hurricane, earliest in the season of any hurricane yet. There are record high temperatures in California, Nevada, Death Valley, Arizona. Temperatures at 120, 130 degrees. Hasn't happened before. That's in the last week. Go back a month. Thousands of people died going to the Hajj in Saudi Arabia. Thousands of people died in India. I mean, this is happening all over the world. We got to get our heads out of the sand. We don't want produce more fossil fuels. I mean, we got to think of the bigger picture here. So let me get to some specifics here about fracking. First, some of those regulations that this gentleman brought up about monitoring for 3 years. The oil companies won't even tell us what chemicals they're putting into the ground. It's production secrets. We can't find out. So how can you monitor it for 3 years if you don't even know what you're monitoring? And you were right before, those tentacles go out for several miles below the structure where the fracking is taking place. So the water pollution, I mean, you're living in Colorado, it's a desert, it's a high desert. And we're talking about polluting water. I mean, that's our most precious resource. We're building, Northern Waters is building a new dam up there to conserve water. And so we're negating it all by pumping polluted water into the ground. I'm a former science physics teacher, and one of the things that middle school kids learn right off the bat is the water cycle, that the amount of fresh water in the world stays constant. It evaporates, rains, fills lakes, streams, rivers, and that's a constant. It's constant everywhere except one place, fracking. It's the only place in the entire water cycle where water gets pumped into the ground and it's then permanently out of the water cycle. It's never coming back. And that has nothing to do with the chemicals. It's just going so far down into the earth that is out of that water cycle. And fresh water is a needed commodity everywhere in the world. I mean, we're gonna run out of fresh water. We gotta pump it from the west slope right here in Colorado. And I mean, there are places that are dry, a lot drier than Colorado, in Africa, in South America. So think of that. Every time those millions of gallons of water are pumped down thousands of feet into the ground, irregardless of the chemicals, it's out of the water cycle forever. And we're talking about hundreds, thousands of fracking sites, each one pumping millions of gallons down into below the aquifers, out of the water cycle completely.
Mr. Hirsch, we've reached the 3 minutes here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Sure.
Good evening. I apparently signed the wrong sheet.
Okay.
I'm Ed Bean. I'm with the Larimer Alliance for Health, Safety, and the Environment. Here in support of your local residents who are actually speaking fairly eloquently for themselves. So I just want to address the nature of the regulations that you're looking at. We went through this process twice at the county level following the passage of SB 181. I'm aware of the legislative work that Mr. Foote has done and advocacy work that he's done since. We were somewhat reassured to find out that he was consulting with you in crafting these rules. So the wider concerns that have been addressed here, that's a concern for us as well. Realistically, when and how oil and gas production is ended, that's a bigger question than Berthoud has to deal with. You're dealing with the fact that legal businesses are going to be coming here. You're trying to control it as best you can here. I don't know if you've had groups from the industry saying, oh, you don't need any more regulations at all. I'm glad you're getting regulations. I think you have a fairly comprehensive set of regulations. The 2,000-foot setback, I would say if you could extend that to 3,000 foot, that would be good. Possibly in conjunction with zoning, though, this will work out better for you. Most importantly, it appears that you have comprehensive operational standards in effect. The only other caveat I would suggest is you will need to be active in enforcing your own regulations. This is something that we have been advocating at the county level, also the city of Fort Collins. I'd like to believe that the state means well, wants to regulate. They are slow to react when things happen. So it's going to be important that you're proactive watching these things as you enact your own regulations. So that's my statement. Thank you all
very much. Anyone else? Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Terry Shirley. I live at 2449 Barella Drive. And before you make a decision, I'd like all of you to go watch a movie called Fracking the System. It was filmed by a Boulder filmmaker and is an award-winning film. And it's being shown 3 places in Colorado, but the closest one here will be Boulder Environmental Nature Outdoors Film Festival at the Gordon Dam Theater / Dairy Arts Center. And it's on Friday, July 12th at 7:30 p.m. It will really open your eyes. I just strongly suggest I can send this information to you tomorrow or tonight when I get home.
Thank you very much.
Serious thing you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yeah.
Hi. Hi, my name is Joanne Hirsch, 621 Lenny Lane. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a person with a lot of common sense. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and every day I look at the forecast 7 times a day, hoping for rain because I have xeriscaped our beautiful lot that we moved into that was cement and stone. I'm from Massachusetts. I needed greenery. And even my xeriscape plants that need no water are dying because we have no water. My husband's a scientist. He can give you the facts of the millions of gallons of water that are going to be lost into the ground. I just look out the window every day and see how dry everything is. And I read the newspaper and I watch the news, and water is a big issue in Colorado. And I'm mystified, totally mystified as to why this is even being considered. Yeah, we might get a little bit of money back. Money means nothing if you don't have your health. Money means nothing if we don't have our beautiful little town. Money just is not the most important thing. On a slightly scientific note, look at the statistics on earthquakes in towns where there's fracking. It's astronomical. Why would we ruin our town for a little bit of money? That's my only question. Why would we even be having this conversation? So I hope you do a lot of research, and I hope you do the right thing for our town. We love you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone online by chance, clerk? I guess I haven't asked that.
There is not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public portion of this hearing and bring it back to the board here for a little deliberation. Mr. Foote, do you mind coming back to the front here just to answer some questions from the audience? You might be able to do here. Let's see here. Well, these are more town questions regarding notice and posting. Infrastructure issues, including roadways. I believe we addressed that. Didn't we require them to have to redo the roadways, the semis afterwards?
That would be part of the memorandum of understanding, impact fees, that would be worked out if there is to be an approved application in the future.
Okay. And anything, some of this is water, which would be the town stuff.
While you mentioned water, I went back and took a look at the draft for water testing, and it does call for a half-mile radius.
Excellent, okay.
Instead of a quarter mile. So that's currently in the draft.
Superior, totally banned or shot down oil and gas fracking?
So Superior was one of the comparison jurisdictions we looked at in their regulations. They enacted updated regulations, I think around 2021. There was concern of a possible application that was going to come in, but since they've enacted new regulations in 2021, I'm not aware of any applications that have come into the town of Superior.
Trustees, did I miss anything for questions regarding for Mr. Foote here?
Chemicals listed, I thought we addressed that too, is that the chemicals would be disclosed, that were being used.
Above ground.
There are additional chemical disclosure requirements in this ordinance, proposed ordinance. The state, there have been a number of new regulations about chemical disclosure. There was a bill in 2022 from the General Assembly that required chemical disclosure to the state agency. But this ordinance requires more than what's required under the state bill.
We're still not allowed to know anything below ground, right? That's an industry secret or
Right. Any regulations that deal with what happens below ground is exclusively in the jurisdiction of the state. But I mean, chemicals, there could be some dispute about this. I mean, I think chemicals are used below ground, but they also are transported and stored above ground. So I personally think the town could have jurisdiction over chemical disclosure, but others may disagree.
Didn't we though? Didn't we? I mean, we had a little bit of a disagreement with API, but we decided that they would have to disclose anything above ground.
The draft that's in your packet says the operator shall disclose its expected use of all chemicals during all phases of the oil and gas operation.
I have
Yes,
quick
trustee
question
Aaron,
on
please.
that point. Is it, with that disclosure, is a specific or not specific chemical grounds for not approving an application?
Well, it's not listed as such in the ordinance. It doesn't say if they use a certain chemical, then that would lead to a denial. Other than PFAS, I think there's a specific exclusion of PFAS in the ordinance. However, the ordinance clearly states in multiple spots that you will be considering impacts on public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife. And if you find that whatever their plan is not consistent with the protection of such, then it's your discretion to deny that application.
And for my own benefit and for the benefit of some of the audience members who spoke up, could you speak, I guess, generally to that point? What, with these regulations, what legal authority does the board have to deny an application? Once again, using those terms for the public welfare, like what I guess subjective, maybe that's the wrong term, but what subjective authority does the board have in future applications?
Yeah, I believe in section 101, it's really laid out just the overall vantage point of, or the analysis of the board. What it comes down to is that the board should consider whether or not the application protects public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife. And the board has the discretion to say, yes, we believe it does, and approve the application. The board could say, we don't believe it does currently, but if we add these conditions, then it will, and approve the application. The board has the discretion to deny the application. We've talked about in the past that the board, like in any decision, has to have reasons for doing so. Clearly, no elected body could just say no just because we wanna. There has to be reasons that are backed up by the record as to why you would deny or approve with conditions in order to do that. But the statute or the ordinance clearly lays out that that is one of your options. That if you feel like that the application does not protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife, then you are able to deny the application. That's going to be a board decision. Some localities have it as a staff decision. Some localities do it where it's kind of a check-a-box exercise. If they've completed all the application and checked all the boxes, then it shall be approved. The premise of these regulations is that you have more discretion than that. You have to make the ultimate determination about whether or not you think it's protective, and then make your decision accordingly.
I had some others. Are any fit for Mr. Foot?
I have a couple, unless you want
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
Mayor Karspec, if I may, just to touch on something that got brought up.
Please. Yeah, I was gonna ask you
Before we
some.
move on to the next piece.
Absolutely.
With respect to chemicals, and Attorney Foot did mention PFAS. The ordinance also excludes polysorbate 80 and all chemicals listed in ECMC, energy, mineral, I never can remember what it's what COGCC used to be, I guess. But in their regulations, there's a long list of chemicals. Those are prohibited from being used in town, in the ordinance.
Okay, thanks. Not prohibited.
They are prohibited.
Okay.
There's some that are prohibited, some that aren't.
That's right.
But the ones that aren't have to be disclosed.
And are we allowing, or do we have the ability to regulate just specific, like an injection well, just for dumping waste into? Can we just say no injection wells?
We don't deal specifically with injection wells, I don't think, in this ordinance. They're not excluded. I would assume that that the way you would look at it would be that it would need to pass muster and be approved like any other type of new location in town. So you still have the discretion to make it go through the same analysis as another well would. There's some jurisdictions that prohibit it, some that don't. And it's not necessarily prohibited here in these particular regulations.
Okay. How many, any of the comparable communities we looked at ban or prohibit those? What municipality, you know, that does? Just curious.
Broomfield might, Boulder County I think does. Those are the only ones that come to mind right now.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting. Okay. I had some questions for staff just from the audience here, regarding water reuse. Are we allowing them to use treated town water, or are they using just farm or just non-pot water?
We don't currently provide water to any oil and gas producers in town that I'm aware of.
So how do they get it? Are they getting it from Little Thompson Water District or something, or?
Yeah, other sources.
Um,
The only active producing wells in town are out on the east end, out by I-25. We don't have any water infrastructure out there.
and are they
We have some
planning?
distribution infrastructure, but that water comes from Little Thompson, so they may be getting water from Little Thompson.
Okay.
Yeah, and I believe the regulation states you have to expressly allow that.
And then another one for staff here, do we do any more outreach beyond, our required posting for this tonight? And the other nights we've done this, and then the surveyor, someone brought up. the
No,
gentleman brought
we've done kind of our typical noticing procedures for these types of activities. I think we've had at least 7, maybe up to 9 meetings about this over the last 3 years, 2.5 years. And they've all been noticed or reported on, but through our normal channels. But we didn't do extra notification procedures.
And then if something were proposed to come in, then the individuals would be noticed in that region, just like a development, right?
Absolutely.
Stated earlier. Okay, I don't think I have anything else that was there's some statements too I can address, but any questions for Attorney Foote or clarifications that I missed?
So great comments by the audience tonight. You know, we have a federal EPA, right, and they're kind of charged with health and air and land and water and protecting people. It's a pretty robust department with a lot of smart people. How do they weigh in on something like this?
When it comes to oil and gas regulations in a state, the state takes charge and the state is the lead agency. In most states, the state agency is the final word on regulations. Because of Senate Bill 19-181, local governments were given concurrent jurisdiction over surface impacts of oil and gas. So in Colorado, it may not be unique, but certainly in the minority, where local governments and the state have to approve an application for one to go in.
Okay, and my perception is that Colorado is pretty progressive on environmental laws and regulations. What's their position on this?
Well, so the ECMC, Energy and Carbon Management Commission, which used to be the COGCC, they have an extensive set of regulations. I think there's certainly disagreement amongst some whether or not they're strong enough. The industry would say they're maybe very strong, but some local governments have gone above and beyond what the ECMC regulations are and imposed what they consider to be more protective regulations. So it would not be unusual for Berthoud to do the same thing. Since Senate Bill 19-181 was passed, I would say about a dozen local jurisdictions have passed their own regulations. And in some cases, they've been more protective and stronger than what the state does.
And you've played that role for the town of Berthoud, haven't you, in the things you've recommended?
Right, so I've been on board to be the Oil and Gas Outside Counsel since the beginning for the town of Berthoud.
Thank you.
Do you see any downside or potential challenge? It sounds like if other jurisdictions have prohibited injection wells, do you see we're kind of sticking our neck out by doing that? Would that need further study, or is that something we could approve with that addendum if the board decided to?
I think you might want to talk to staff about that because I think the decision was made fairly early that we wouldn't deal with injection wells based on feedback from staff. So you might want to ask staff about their opinion along those lines. There is precedent to ban injection wells within a jurisdiction. I just couldn't tell you off the top of my head which ones have done it.
Okay, thank you. Administrator Kirk, can you weigh in on that?
I'm honestly not sure I have an answer for you.
And can you just, Mr. Foote, give an overview of what an injection well is?
So I believe what you're talking about would be for wastewater injection. And it was referenced in some of the comments, but unless the water is reused or recycled, then it gets injected into the ground, into a well that's specifically dug for the purpose of injecting wastewater.
And I apologize. The reason why it's not addressed in the ordinance is that injection wells are not allowed in our current land use code. So,
do you see a reason for us to kind of double down? I mean, if the board approves, and put it in here, or do you-
The list of approved land uses does not include injection wells, and therefore they cannot be installed in town. So I don't know if there's any reason to regulate something that's not allowed.
okay, I just meant doubling it, okay, thank you. That's all I have right now. Other questions for,
I do have a question. So, concerning the setback analysis, this is like a hypothetical for the 2,000 feet. So I'm specifically referring to section 103, paragraph C. It lists the number of uses, dwelling units, schools, school facilities, so on and so forth. And then also 103D talks about water supply, wells and water sources. Does that 2,000 feet stop if it hits a town boundary, or does it spill over? I guess I'm specifically talking about water sources. So just looking at our zoning map, there appear to be, one, just for the audience, the amount of land that is actually available based off of the zoning requirement is very limited. But if there was a radius drawn on a dot that was a proposed well site, and it was 2,001 feet, say, from a reservoir within inside the town of Berthoud, but 1,800 feet from another reservoir that was nearby, but outside of our black line, would the language in here permit the well, or would we? I guess what I'm saying is, as others have pointed out, that all water is connected, even if it's not within our political boundary. And I'm just curious if maybe that could be clarified, or if maybe it doesn't need to be clarified because that's already been discussed. I'm relatively new, but I would be open to clarifying that it's all bodies of water, not bodies of water just inside the town limit.
I don't know if I've seen that particular situation that you're referring to. I think the answer would depend on which jurisdiction the surface location would be in. Let's say that, go over to the Well County side. Your setbacks, if the operator ends up wanting to put a location within Well County, the Berthoud setbacks would be irrelevant.
Yeah.
But
if the dot was inside our town, but still close to another body of water that was outside of our boundary,
my initial reaction is I think it would be enforceable.
it would be enforceable.
Yeah, for the location that's within the town of Berthoud's jurisdiction.
If the center of the the center of the circle was inside the town of Berthoud, but there wasn't, it spilled over the black line, using the term black line as our town boundary, to a river, a water supply well, or say like an agricultural reservoir that may have both ag and municipal use, it would be enforceable.
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe that the ordinance isn't specific to town water sources or town water supplies, and so I think we could absolutely justify, for all the same reasons water's connected.
Yeah.
The intent is not to only protect the environment within an arbitrary line. But within, that well that's being proposed within our jurisdictional boundaries, that we have some surface land use regulatory authority over. I think we can apply that, all of those requirements, whether or not the boundaries, whether or not that setback extends outside our municipal boundary, if the land use is within our boundary.
Okay. That makes sense. And then, I guess the only other question that I had is specific to water. So again, being relatively new, I know that this discussion dates back to 2022. So 2,000 seems to be a number that prior board members and trustees have landed on. But I was wondering if there's any appetite for increasing that for paragraph 103D, which specifically includes water sources and public water supply wells.
Well, so you're talking about the setback from water?
Yeah.
So the 2,000, the vast majority of jurisdictions that I've looked at has a 1,000 foot setback. Superior has a 2,000 foot setback. They're the only ones that I'm aware of that have a 2,000 foot setback from water sources. And so this came into question based on prior meeting stakeholder feedback.
Sure, sure.
And so what I thought was, okay, the majority of the jurisdictions are 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
That particular stakeholder feedback was saying this is not precedent within the state, so it's not necessarily reasonable.
Yeah.
I think
That would be
Superior,
more on a plank analogy.
right, so
Yeah.
I think Superior gives you that precedent. It's not been tested though, because Superior regulations have not been taken to court, or there's not been an application filed under it. So we don't have a test of it necessarily to see how that's played out.
Mhm.
But I thought that having this middle ground compromise would get us back on, safely back onto the plank,
Mhm.
where it's at least 1,000 feet. But it's only 1,000 feet if the operator can show there's no possibility of contamination. So if the operator can't prove that, then you're gonna be at 2,000 feet for the setback.
Mhm.
That was the thinking behind that particular provision.
Gotcha. I don't have any other questions.
I have a small question on that very specific point, and I think you've answered this previously, so forgive me if I'm asking the same question. How, could you give an example of how an applicant could prove that there's no possibility of contamination? Is that the sort of uphill,
Right.
downhill?
I think if they showed that it was considerably down gradient, where the new location would be considerably down gradient from the water source. I mean, water doesn't go uphill typically, and so, I think if they showed that it's considerably down gradient and could show to people's satisfaction that because it's so far down gradient and say, 1,800 feet away, there's really no possibility of contamination, and that was proven to the satisfaction to the staff and to the trustees, then they could meet that burden. But I couldn't tell you exactly how it plays out because this would be a somewhat unique provision for Berthoud. And again, it's based on the feedback from stakeholders that were objecting to a straight 2,000 foot. So this is what we came up with to see if we could maintain adequate protection, but also try to address that stakeholder criticism.
So we have a couple well sites that may have more than one well on it. Have we set a precedent by approving that? How does that, we've already done, play with what we're doing now?
Well, so the wells have, I'm not sure when they were approved. I think they were quite some time ago under a different set of regulations. Berthoud's currently operating under a 2017 set of regulations. That's what we're revising here. The 2017 set of regulations are significantly less protective because that was prior to Senate Bill 181. So I couldn't tell you exactly what the regulations were by which the wells were approved, but they were approved and they're there. One of the features of these regulations is that after a year, those existing wells have to still follow the new regulations, even though they were approved under old regulations. And so the public health, safety, welfare, et cetera, requirements that apply to new wells will also apply to the existing wells. Of course, location-wise, you can't move the location, and so it's not going to be able to be compliant with the new setback regulations to the extent there's even development out where the wells are at this point. There's certain things that can't apply, but there's other things that do apply, and they'll be enforceable under the new public health, safety, and welfare regulations.
And the second point, if somebody owns agricultural land or industrial land, and we vote not to allow this to go forward, would we be opening ourselves up to litigation that they would say that they are losing revenue because we're not allowing them to proceed?
Well, so on agricultural and industrial land, that would be open to new development. So it would be residential land and other land that's zoned other than industrial and agricultural where it's not open to development, just to clarify that point. And when it comes to potential litigation, say like a takings claim, it's always subject to public health and safety and welfare regulations. And so it's been found time and again that it's not a taking if there's legitimate public health, safety, welfare regulation that regulates the particular land use of that parcel.
Are we deciding whether this goes forward or not? Is that what the trustees are doing?
You are deciding whether or not to adopt the ordinance, yes.
And if we don't adopt the ordinance, then it won't happen. There would be no oil and gas?
It would default back to
Yeah.
the 2017.
It would, okay, okay, that ties into my
We,
first part
we
of
have
the question.
existing regulations in place and the state has existing regulations. And so what this is doing is giving us more protective regulations than we have today.
Got it.
I do think it's important and maybe Attorney Foote can talk about at least his perspective or maybe Attorney Smith on our ability to ban oil and gas, which I know has come up a lot. And I think from my perspective, my understanding is that we do not have the authority to ban oil and gas development, only to regulate its surface impacts. I don't know if, I don't know how you feel about that.
So that question has not been tested under Senate Bill 19-181, so I'll give you the attorney answer and say we don't really know, it kind of depends. No local jurisdiction has attempted to ban oil and gas development. Many jurisdictions have put in quite restrictive regulations, of which are on the table here with Berthoud. That contention has not been tested. I think if you put 10 attorneys into a room, there might be disagreement about whether or not it actually could go through. But there would be many that would say, no, you can't ban. But I don't want to say yes or no, because the courts haven't weighed in on it. Nobody's tried it.
Well, from my understanding, a ban would obviously impact the rights of a landowner and their ability to sell the mineral rights in their property and what they do with their property, and that's where we would get into some type of litigation with property owners.
A total ban on oil and gas development would certainly make it more likely litigation would occur. I would say that safely.
Attorney Smith, do you have anything to add to that?
Oh, no, I do not. That was a very complete answer.
Is that, I mean, I know Faith Winters made some statements at this adoption that this is not a ban. If I'm reading that in an article, that kind of opens wide open to a challenge, which I don't think a challenge is bad, but potentially losing. Does that make sense, or is that kind of?
I'm just not sure I'm following, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Who's Faith?
I think she's a state senator, but was around during the adoption, and then the industry came to the Capitol, and she made a public statement that this is not a ban. Does that weigh into any potential litigation or potentially losing?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to some of the legislative history around Senate Bill 181. And there was some sponsor statements to that effect that occurred on the record. That Senate Bill 181 did not enable a ban to occur. So that certainly was on the record legislatively. But it's
not tested.
It's not tested.
I don't think that statement will be dispositive.
What does that mean?
It won't decide the issue.
Oh, okay.
I mean, a court is not, I don't believe a court is going to look at that statement and
The
make its
intent of one of
decision.
the, okay.
Right, the courts will look at the language of the statute first and foremost, and if there's ambiguity, they might look at legislative history to try to solve the ambiguity. But as is the case with many bills, legislative history is certainly mixed when it comes to the pronouncements of all the different sponsors and legislators that voted for it in 181. So there's many different statements, but the courts will look at the language of the statute first and foremost when trying to decide whether or not, how a case would resolve.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions
Please, yeah.
related to zoning. So, it's AG M1 and M2 that where this would be allowed, and adjacent to a lot of these land uses because they tend to be in our more rural areas are PUDs, which often get rezoned, right, as part of our development review process. And PUDs are not included, but if M1 or M2 was part of a rezoning request from a PUD, would we be able to condition that rezoning on allowing or not allowing? There's just
I guess I would defer to Attorney Smith. In general, when you zone a property, if you zone it M1, then they have a legal right to all of the land uses that are allowed under M1 zone.
Absolutely, and that's generally the answer.
So it would be part of the discussion then for the rezoning request.
Yeah. Recognizing all of the permitted uses, and that would help you decide whether or not it made sense to find that the criteria in the zoning, in a rezoning were met. But yes, you can't rezone something M1 and say, but we're carving out one of your permitted uses.
One of our permitted uses, it would just be at the time of discussion or at the time of consideration.
Yeah,
for
it'd just be an
part of the
yes or
discussion.
no to the zoning application on the basis of the criteria
Mhm.
in your zoning code.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I guess because what I'm realizing looking at our zoning map is that we're being, I think, appropriately protective and that our land use geometry is set also favorable from a protective standpoint currently. It would just be more, it's almost more of an annexation issue when I look at the zones.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that has come up before and maybe is something to be mindful of, again, there are no active wells kind of in town proper.
Yeah.
On the east end of town, within the town's municipal boundaries, there are a few active wells. If there are active wells on existing county properties, when they come to annex, all the setback requirements will apply. And so, you know, if you've dotted up a property with oil and gas wells, you've effectively prohibited other kinds of development based on the reciprocal setback requirements. So that's a decision that a property owner has to make if they intend to annex into the town or request annexation at some point in the future. If there are a lot of oil and gas wells that have been permitted through the county, that will significantly hamper that property owner's ability to develop within the town.
That makes sense.
Other questions while we have Attorney Foot up here?
Can we make comments?
I have one final question, sorry. And this is, I think, more for Administrator Kirk. What, if this were to go through, what additional resources would town staff need to enforce regulations fairly strictly for the 3-year period?
We would require consultant support for almost all of that. We don't have the technical capability internally to monitor air quality and things like that. So you know, all the various monitoring and enforcement activities, we would use third-party support to do that.
And that would just be an issue of funds and hiring out different firms.
Funds provided by the industry, right?
I was gonna say, I think
Yeah.
we put in here that they have to pay for those types of monitoring and or reimburse or something like that.
All right, other questions?
Just comments.
All right, let's move on. Thank you very much to deliberation here. We'll start out with Trustee Albrecht. To comments, excuse me.
I would call it just the number of meetings we've had on this in the years, and I think this was probably one of the very first conversations Mayor Karsbeck and I had as an issue pertaining to Berthoud that was gonna come up, that was gonna be big. I'd call it a labor of love, but more a rigorous exercise in stewardship. And I think just from my perspective, being involved in this for so long, you know, I'd even, you know, honestly, there's been opposite ends of spectrum perspectives on the board. And this policy strikes the most balance between, and everything we've talked about, and taking into account everybody's concerns, whether it be health and safety of the citizens or the different dynamics associated with oil and gas production in Berthoud. I know from my perspective and what I witnessed on the board that the health and safety of Berthoud citizens is the utmost concern. I've never experienced a desire to increase funds by seeking oil and gas production or anything like that. The goal has been, how do we protect our citizens? Personally, I think it's important that we understand that our country operates on oil and gas, and for Berthoud to take a stance without having something in place that replaces that fundamental component of our country it's kind of a difficult thing for us to do from our position. All we can do is maybe put regulations that protect our community while it's a vital industry. And this policy has been really well thought out by Mr. Foote. And if we didn't have him involved, it would be a lot different today. But because of his perspective, it's been very unbiased, very informed about the industry, about other communities. We've been back and forth with him on every single detail of this policy to make sure that it's something we can implement. And then in addition to our zoning, I really think that anyone that's going to come in intending to operate in Berthoud, it's not going to be easy for them. It is going to be very restrictive. And so the goal not being to completely ban in order to avoid litigation, but the goal really being how do we put its protective measures in place, kind of maximizing the amount of how much we can require of them to do to make sure that those protections are there for Berthoud. And that's, I just kind of wanted to nutshell where we've come from and where we're at to this point, because I know I'd like to see this policy start to wrap up so we can really have this teeth, to put into force, so that if anything new comes up, we have that to implement. I did work for the fire district for many years, and I did sit in all of their board meetings, and they are almost entirely funded by oil and gas, as well as the library district, I believe the school district. So we do have to keep in mind from where we sit how our decisions will impact some of those other entities. And I know that would be a very heavy impact if we did pursue an entire ban. And so we'd have to work through those ramifications, and that's why I'm not for any further restrictions than what we see before us. I think that's pretty much the summary of what I have.
So you don't have any amendments you want to make to this?
There was just a couple of verbiage amendments, and I'd like to ask Attorney Foote about these. In one of your slides, I think it was 30-11-103, regarding, it was right before informed consent. We talked about, there's verbiage that said sufficiently minimize adverse impact. And I appreciated that language, and I thought that might be more appropriate to use that type of language in two other places. The two other places I think that would also work well is in 30-11-101, in section B, the criteria for approval or denial. It currently says the town will approve oil and gas operations only in locations and in a manner that does not adversely impact the health, safety, etc. And I think using your verbiage of sufficiently minimize adverse impacts is, to me, it seems more legally savvy to say sufficiently minimizes instead of does not adversely impact, because does not adversely to me seems more subjective. Whereas sufficiently minimize seems to me it's an intentioned effort that is demonstrated to minimize. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think they're both subjective in a way. One is more absolute than the other.
Adversely is more absolute.
Right. Does not adversely impact the health, safety, and welfare of the town's residents is, I think, more absolute than sufficiently minimize. So it gives, but I think they're both subjective. I mean, it's a decision subjective that the trustees would have to make, but the sufficiently minimize would be, I think, would have a little more room for the operator to show that they're doing what they can to what's technically possible to minimize the effects, as opposed to are there adverse effects or not.
Right. I appreciate the sufficient, I feel like that is more logical to me. I don't know if anyone has any opinions on that. And it's stated, it's used in one other place, 30-3-106C. It's also for an oil and gas operation application, the conditional use minimizes adverse impacts, or to sufficiently minimize adverse impacts would be better there, I think, as well, to the health, safety, and welfare of the town's residents. To me, that implies more action that they can prove that they're doing versus just saying it will not impact health and safety, saying, hey, show us that you are sufficiently minimizing adverse impacts. Those are just two technical issues I would like to switch on verbiage if legal agrees and the rest of the board agrees, but very small, minor adjustments.
Yeah, thanks. I personally like to keep it virtually. I don't know if anyone agree with trustee Albrecht, we can change it. Anything else, trustee Albrecht?
I think that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Kurtz, any comments, thoughts, amendments?
I guess I got two things for consideration. So the first is, and this first one I would trust Mr. Foote and with the review of staff to handle, actually both of them, would be consideration for the inclusion of a disclosure for the reciprocal setback as a disclosure requirement, unless for some reason that would cause some issue that I'm not thinking of, but I think it's important to notify future homeowners potentially that, hey, there's a development, wall development there.
So when you're talking about disclosure, who has the burden to disclose?
I guess it would be on the operator to disclose when there was a new development, and that's where it gets murky. I don't know if we're allowed to do that.
Right, because let me make sure I'm fleshing out what you're talking about. So you have an existing oil and gas location that's already there, and then a new development is slated to come in. It would be up to the operator of that existing location to tell the folks in the new development that there's a location there.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. In my mind, what I'm thinking through is, does that add an additional burden to the operator that, may or may not pass muster? Since the operator was there first. If the location is already there, then one might assume that there's some level of notice there since the location is already there. There have been situations where there's a location that's been approved but not yet built, and new development comes in and the residents are surprised by that. So that's a little different situation, I think, than you're talking about. I think you're talking about there's a location that's already there, there's operation that's already there, and there's new development coming in. I would want to do a little more research on that before, giving you an opinion, because it strikes me as imposing a new burden on the operator when the location is already there. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. It's just I'm trying to think through that issue.
Yeah. I don't want to hold things up and you bring up some logistical points that would be hard to overcome. It's almost like we should have it in our. It'd be better if it was the other way around, like a developer was required to alert a new homeowner of oil and gas within a certain area. That would be outside of this ordinance, and that would be handled separately.
Right. And you've touched on an issue that actually is that has been happening, particularly in the Front Range. And unfortunately, there's been times that developers and, say, real estate agents and others have given incorrect information to those that are, considering moving in, and that's been a problem. But whether or not that's addressed as far as regulations on the oil and gas companies may be a different analysis.
But it's still regarding oil and gas as a policy. Do you guys see any holdback on requiring a developer or someone to do this?
I think it belongs in a different part of the code.
Yeah. Why don't you see, I just look at this as normal.
Because the subdivision developer is never gonna look at the oil and gas regulations to know what's required of them.
Okay.
I think so. It should be in our subdivision regulations if that's something you want to do as a town board. I think there's a lot of ways that could happen. I think we'd be requiring developers to point to other people's information rather than for them to make sure they have the right information. But even that will change over time. The form of notice may not be updated, right? So like we may, a developer may record some, with a metro district, for instance, we require them to record a notice that gets kind of pulled through title work and through that, through the home buying process, that people are alerted to the fact there's a metro district. I suppose you could do the same thing, but because oil and gas locations may change over time, even the website where you might find that information is gonna naturally change. I mean, COGCC went to ECMC. That may be, I'm just thinking logistically, that may be a very challenging thing to do, but I mean, it's just something we have to work through.
Yeah.
As I'm hearing it articulated, I'm thinking of it more of, now I'm thinking of it more, you're handed a soils report, especially for new homes, right? That says, hey, like here's a soils report. It would be, here's a proximity analysis of oil and gas, or something like that, a report to the homeowner. But I do agree that it doesn't belong, thinking through it, it doesn't belong in this ordinance for your stated reason of a developer's not gonna read our oil and gas rates. So, but I guess the question, the ask would be of staff to consider how it could be incorporated. And then we would.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it's a great idea.
The only other thing that I wanna offer for consideration, and this goes back to paragraph 103D related to proximity to water sources. It may be this is included in the definitions of a river or a stream, but you know, there's very defined wetlands that are delineated. Is that something you could call out specifically, or is that included in the definition of rivers and streams?
Let me take a look, if you don't mind. So I have water source defined on page 6 of your draft. And I don't know if that's what you're referring to. It does not specifically talk about wetlands. It says they're water bodies that supply domestic, agricultural, municipal use, water wells.
I do see we have wetlands defined 2 definitions down.
Right.
And it's just the same definition that we use in our Berthoud Municipal Code. I would personally propose adding that to 103D in that last sentence.
Do you mind summarizing that then? So you'd like to add, I'm trying to find this page here.
Wetlands to 3011 103D.
103D, so it would say, with zoning districts where oil and gas operations are allowed, oil and gas locations must be 2,000 feet from public water supply wells in the center line of water sources, including rivers, streams, reservoirs, and wetlands.
Addition.
Would be the modification if others were in support of that proposed modification.
You feel opposed for?
Yeah, I think you would change it slightly because wetlands aren't a water source within the definitions here. So you would just add the word wetlands earlier in the sentence, right? Feet from public water supply, wells, comma, wetlands, and the center line of water sources, including rivers, streams, and reservoirs. I think accomplishes what you want to do.
I like that.
So you get a 2,000-foot setback also from a wetland.
If others were supportive, that's a
Seems like everyone is. Very good. Okay, trustee Wynn?
Yeah, the ordinance to update the municipal code will improve public health, safety, the environment, and wildlife. So that's it.
Okay. Trustee Ayers?
Yeah, I have a couple comments. I don't think any real changes, which thank you, Mr. Flip, for working with us for the past few years on this and explaining things very well and simply for us. This is a tough decision. Obviously, there's some concern from the public for good reason. You know, I don't like oil and gas development, and I think we should try to find something new, but I don't know how to do that, right? And I think because what we're trying to do here is improve upon the regulations that are already set, right? We're not trying to create something new. We're trying to make the things that are already in place better and more restrictive so that we can have more protection. And those restrictions and those protections we also have to be careful as a municipality not to just completely get sued left and right from people who are making public access or public rights arguments. Attorney Foote, correct me if I'm wrong. That's the main thing that we're trying to protect against with these sort of towing the line. That's what we're not trying to go over the line so that we don't get sued by people who have a legal right to utilize their property.
The development of the oil and gas resource.
And so, I think Trustee Albrecht's comments from earlier are spot on in that this is sort of that compromise by being as strict as we possibly can with these restrictions to try to provide the best protection, but also understanding that we are also trying to provide protection from the town against litigation. I think that once again, these regulations are a step forward in that. If I could just cancel everything, I would agree to do that, but I don't think that we have the legal authority and the ability not to incur the wrath of landowners, basically, and the people who are maybe supporting them and trying to get these resources by just saying, we're not going to allow anything in our town. I don't want that. I don't want necessarily them to pop up in town, but I don't think that we have necessarily the legal power to do that. And that's why I've been trying to ask questions and try to be focused on what authority does the board have to deny applications when they do come in. And that's why that is a specific reason, once again, Trustee Albright, that's one of the reasons that I kind of like the does not cause harm as opposed to we've minimized, because I agree with you that minimize seems like a more active word, but if they've done anything, then they can argue that they have tried to minimize, whereas doesn't incur harm seems like that's up to us to make the actionable decision, if that makes sense. And so once again, Attorney Foote, thank you for all of the work that you've done over the past few years and listening to us and to town input and to citizen input to get these things set up in a way that I think is a step in the right direction. Hopefully in the future, we might be able to look at these regulations again as the law progresses. But I think at this point, this is beyond what we could do. And like I said, I think that's a step in the right direction. Sorry to ramble on.
No, I think that was great. And I largely echo all these opinions. Being here since or before Attorney Foote's excellent steps with Senate Bill 181, I can say for certain that we've had numerous meetings on this, and some of the audience input tonight I thought was fantastic, but just as a reminder of not providing enough, I think it shows from the addresses here that these are all new residents or relatively new. And we could just keep going down this cycle forever of not enough input, having more years of meetings, more residents saying not enough input that are new. Being here since, since the beginning, I know for a fact we've had Earthworks, a very environmental organization in here. Twice I've gone on tours with them to see infrared monitoring in the area. And that really changed my opinion to be very opposed to oil and gas. We've had a panel here with Earthworks with Dr. Detlef Helmig, formerly from University of Colorado, Dr. Stephanie Malin, a sociologist professor from Colorado State University. I've personally attended 2 panels with you, with Legal Women Voters and one for Sierra Club. I've done one with Logic. And I know other previous trustees have also attended the tours with the infrared. I think we've individually and as a group shown this is not about the taxes at all. We are so diversified that the 70,000, though nice, is not driving any of these decisions. I know in the past some trustees have stated we do wanna keep it in here just for that amount. The precedent here with this is that operators do look at our regulations, and instead of operating within town, they'll just go outside to wells, which deliberately has very low regulations. So that's already happened. We've known that as a fact that an operator has looked at us and said, "Oh, you're too strict, so we'll just go just outside your limits." And that shows that I guess in one sense this is working. But if it was for the tax money, we would want to keep them in. But we haven't chose that route. I totally agreed with the idea of the gentleman talking about the water cycle. I think that was a very interesting point. They're not here anymore, about the CDPHE, the retired gentleman. CDPHE actually hired Natalie from Earthworks, which is one of the big steps they made to become more environmental after the reforming. And I'd like to this started in the early 90s when Greeley tried to ban oil and gas production. The state stepped in and said, no, this is not a matter of any local concern. This is up to the state. And effectively, this is about promoting oil and gas as an economic opportunity. And then we saw the impacts from whole schools that had nosebleeds and parents deciding to test their children and finding high amounts of benzenes in young children's systems, for house fires to people leaving the state with serious health conditions to impacts on water. So it's not in any way to say that this is an environmental industry or that these kind of things won't happen. I think our board, and I'm really proud of the steps we take to look at Mr. Foote, the architect of Senate Bill 181, and had a very long and productive, I think, and very publicly outreaching process here to develop these rules. And I'm not saying that Attorney Foote probably agrees with all of these statements. We gave him specific direction to not stick your head out, to just look at what the most, I guess, progressive or strict municipalities have already and to compile from those and apply a little bit of reason to that. And I think you've done an excellent job. But I just wanted to highlight that we were in a real dark age, in my opinion. I know this is just an opinion here, of having the state control something truly, in my opinion, awful. And allowing this to happen where municipalities couldn't step in and protect their own residents until Attorney Foote drafted 181. Then Berthoud stepped in immediately, one of, I think, 5 municipalities to do this out of the whole state, to put in a moratorium. We now have the longest moratorium in state history. So I think we've all crossed some, in my opinion, really good opportunities here in using Mr. Foote in our moratorium, which has probably helped us in the meantime of keeping out operators until we have our new rules. And just for reference, if we did not pass this, our old setbacks are 100 feet. So that's what you're left with. A ban, I brought up that was pushing that for a while, to be totally transparent here. Got a lot of pushback on that by the board at the time. And I think there was some rationale behind that, just off of the reality of we don't know where this is going, and the industry has a lot of money, and do you want to waste taxpayer money fighting something that your residents might not be totally behind? And if there's folks in the audience that do want to pursue that, I think the best opportunity would be a citizens initiative. Coming from the community versus coming from a board, I think has more oomph behind it. So I think there's also an opportunity there. If you're not satisfied with our regulations here, you're certainly welcome to pursue your own and try to get them on the ballot and have other citizens vote on that. And that's what ended up happening with Greeley when they first put their ban in place. So I am very happy with what we have, and I just wanted to make those comments here because it sounded like tonight that people were making comments that we were just pushing this for the money, or that there was no thought process behind this. And I think we've probably had the most thought process in the state. And this will never be perfect, but we can always, Trustee Ayer's point, go back and update this as things allow. But I am happy where we are. I'm really proud of this board and proud of what Attorney Foote has done. So I'm totally in favor of approving this tonight with Trustee Kurtz's amendment. Is there anything else from the trustees? All right, since you made the amendment, would you like to?
Sure, I gotta remember what our attorney recommended, but oh yeah, oh, sorry. Cool. Okay, cool. All right, so I move move to approve ordinance 1336, an ordinance of the Town of Berthoud, Colorado, amending the Town of Berthoud's oil and gas regulations, municipal code, chapter 30, section 11, with the following amendment. In paragraph 30-11-103D, I'll read as follows. Within zoning districts where oil and gas operations are allowed, oil and gas locations must be located 2,000 feet from wetlands, public water supply wells, and the center line of water sources, including rivers, streams, and reservoirs, period. That's the first sentence of that paragraph. The remaining portion of that paragraph will remain unchanged.
All right, is there a second on that?
A second.
All right, trustee Kurtz has moved on the ordinance 1336 with the amendments presented. Trustee Wing has seconded. Is there any final discussion on this? All right, clerk.
I have one.
Go ahead.
There seemed that the residents, in a lot of the emails I got, were asking for a full-out ban. It sounded like that's out of our scope to do that. So really, this ordinance is to improve things. Is that stated correctly?
I think the statement was, we don't know where a ban would lead. It's not been tested yet. But I would agree with you that this is better than what we have currently.
Okay, thank you.
Much better. Any other amendments or comments? Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. All right, well, thank you trustees, and thank you for those in the audience for taking the time out tonight to voice your opinion. Very much appreciated. Is there a movement to extend the meeting past 9:30? Motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll go past 9:30 tonight.
Mayor, can we have a quick break?
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break. Great idea.
Thank you so much.
Same.
move on to our. Thank you, everyone, for taking that break. I'm gonna call the meeting back to order, and we're gonna go to item number 3, which is the rail station economic analysis, and we have the Walt Elish. Blanking out of, I'm sorry, what were the folks' names? What were you with?
CSU Futures Center.
Thank you, CSU Futures Center. And we have our Economic Development Director, Walt Elish, here to present on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Walt Elish. Bertha, it's my pleasure to come before you with some information that I think you all have been discussing. Passenger rail in the North Front Range. Right now it's currently proposed to go from Fort Collins to Pueblo with a number of, I think, 9 stops along the way. Unfortunately, Berthoud is not included in one of those stops. So what we decided to do with some input from Chris as well as the mayor was to look at the economic impact to Berthoud if the rail does not stop in Berthoud. What does that mean for Berthoud? So we did it. We put together an RFP. We sent it out to not to the world, not to a few select people that were referred to us that we thought could do this work for us. We received a number of responses, and we decided to go with Phyllis and Kate, who you're going to hear from in a minute or two, with Colorado Future Center. We think they bring the expertise and the knowledge of doing this type of work. This is a little unusual in the sense that we're asking them in particular to look at a situation if it doesn't happen. Normally it's the other way around. What's the economic impact if something happens? This is sort of the opposite. What they did do was look at that scenario from 2 different perspectives. I think you'll enjoy hearing from. So I have Phyllis and Kate come up, introduce themselves, and then present their findings to you. In your packet is their report, so hopefully you had a chance to read it.
Thank you very much for the introduction.
Thanks so much for having us. Kate Watkins, and it's been a pleasure to work on this particular project. A little bit about my background. I spent about a decade working for the state legislature, kind of most recently as the chief economist for the state legislature in Colorado, and then recently kind of spun off and started my own little consulting shop. But kind of a long history doing applied economic analysis, mostly analysis around Colorado. And I'm not quite in Colorado. I wasn't born in Colorado, but I was raised in Loveland, so
good enough.
Just real close to here, and it's been really fun to see, how Boulder has evolved over the course of my lifetime. Turn it over to Phyllis.
Yeah. Hi, good evening. I'm Phyllis Resnick. I'm the executive director and actually co-founder of the Colorado Future Center. We're a small policy research institute that has an affiliation with Colorado State University. So we do quite a bit of work looking at Northern Colorado in addition to work around the state. And our center sort of has a dual focus on macro fiscal kind of issues. So budgets and taxes and the economy, and also sort of social demographics and socioeconomic analysis. So this kind of brought both of those together. And it's been delightful to get to know the staff, and we're happy to be here tonight. So Kate's going to kick off, and we're going to do a little tag team, but I think I can speak for both of us. We're informal. Please feel free to interrupt if you have questions or however it's most comfortable for you to interact with the presentation.
Great, and I'll run through this pretty quickly. I imagine that you're already fairly familiar with the Front Range Passenger Rail plan, essentially. And as Walt mentioned, basically 9 stops that have been laid out there, and Boulder is not one of them. And yet the line does run directly through the town.
Yeah, so I'll take over for a couple slides and we'll pass it back and forth. So as Walt mentioned, it was a bit of an interesting project to say what would be the foregone impact if this didn't happen, as opposed to what's the economic impact if a rail stop were to be placed in Berthoud. And so we sort of relied on saying we're going to assess what the economic impact of a rail stop is, and then present it as if this is what would be largely, foregone if the train were to go through town and not stop. And we realized that from a quantitative perspective, most economic impact studies are very quantitative, but it's a little difficult to really nail down what the quantitative impact would be unless we knew exactly how many new houses would be built and how many new businesses. And it was a little too preliminary to put numbers around all of that. So we're going to present findings that are quantitative in nature, but don't quite have numbers to them in most cases yet. And then we realized that there was quite a bit of just sort of qualitative experience that we could share. And the way we went at that was we spent some time with Walt up in town, got to know the town, and saw, a feel for what rail would bring and where it would go. And then we also spent quite a bit of time, and you can see the cities we talked to, talking to folks from cities down in the Denver area who in the last 10 years received rail service through the light rail system, or the I think it was all light rail. And then the only exception to that is we were able to make a contact in Utah where they do have a commuter rail system, and we also spoke with them about what the impact of having that commuter rail system developed around the Salt Lake City area brought to that region. And the findings, particularly the qualitative ones, are sort of our synthesis of what we heard in those interviews. Was there? Okay, I thought these were in a different order. So to not bury the lead, sort of our two sets of findings on the qualitative side, our takeaway was sort of the best way we could characterize what would be foregone if the train were to sort of whiz through and not stop is this lack of the ability to do what sometimes planners call placemaking. So something like a train stop can become an anchor for redeveloping a downtown, for bringing in new businesses, for moving people in and out of town to enjoy recreational activities, leisure activities, employment opportunities, and so on and so forth. So to not have the train stop, overall, we took away would sort of make that sort of opportunity for placemaking a little more challenging. At the end, we can talk about what some other options would be to overcome that. And from a more quantitative perspective, it's very clear to us from the literature we looked at and the folks we talked to and the preliminary analysis we did that there are for sure positive economic impacts to having a rail stop. Now, they vary. There's some conditions that need to be in place in order for all of those economic impacts to be fully realized. But when I turn it over to Kate, she'll explain why we think Berthoud is actually very well placed to take advantage of those very quantitative economic impacts. But they're of the nature that you see on this list. So higher property values, because housing becomes, particularly in a close vicinity to the rail line, much more desirable, which of course then has some fiscal impacts, which we'll come back to later around property taxes. The ability to access jobs in sort of a wider radius. In this case, it would probably open the Denver labor market and the Boulder labor market and Fort Collins more easily to have another transportation option. Attracting perhaps higher income earners to live in the community because they could access more employment opportunities. And then, the secondary effects of that are more people eating in restaurants in town, and as I mentioned, attend events or participate in leisure activities. And then it's very clear that there is sort of a one-time bump that we all know happens when infrastructure is developed. So if you were to develop a station and a bit of development happens because of that, there would be sort of the one-time issues. It creates jobs, it creates additional income floating through the community. It creates some additional revenue to the town. So we believe that all of those are essentially very much in the realm of possibility should there be a rail stop that gets developed in Berthoud. And then the counter to that would be that to some extent they would not be as fully realized again if the train went through and did not stop in town.
Great. So certain conditions needed to. So basically, based on our interviews with folks from cities in kind of in and around Denver, for which there were either commuter rails or the light rail system. We found that there were some key themes that were sort of necessities in order to achieve these economic gains, and they're listed here. So pre-existing strength in the local economy, a local government willing to enact zoning policies that facilitate leveraging the rail infrastructure, land use conditions that facilitate leveraging the infrastructure, and including ease of development around the station, excess demand for residential or other non-residential space, timing of other development along with rail, and availability of land, rail station placement near areas of high interest or high demand, and finally, other public investments of interest to residents and tourists. And in our assessment, in doing a site visit of Boulder, Berthoud, we did find that in our assessment, Berthoud does possess each of these elements. And I'll go through kind of what that looks like, or I'm going to skip through these case studies, but more than happy to go back to them if they're of interest. So why Berthoud sort of fits across these numerous dimensions, or a bit of evidence to kind of show that. The pre-existing strength in the local economy, of course, Berthoud has seen a tremendous amount of growth in terms of its population, its economy, and we are expecting that to continue. Northern Colorado is one of the highest growth areas in the state economically and population-wise. With that population growth comes demand for additional services, additional businesses, and business activity in the area. And so all of that is really certainly there and present, and certainly here and present in Berthoud. Second, local government willing to enact zoning policies that leverage the infrastructure. In seeing the recent developments that the town has put into place, we've really seen taking advantage of the amenities that Berthoud has and kind of building them out in a way that's incredibly attractive to residents here. And so really taking advantage of those development opportunities and running with that. So having that as evidence, we view that as this potential opportunity of rail as being something that certainly the town could and likely would capitalize on in a way that's most advantageous. Some of these others are grouped together and that they have some common themes, but really the potential placement or the site areas that were indicated to us as potential sites for a station in Berthoud are very close to areas that are planned for potential proposed development or redevelopment. And so that opportunity is very much there to really make the most of that land and that redevelopment in order to kind of spur additional economic activity in conjunction with a station and passenger rail. Availability of land certainly is there all along those lines. So high growth area with excess demand for additional development, this kind of dovetails into the potential for strong economic growth or that underlying economic base that already exists. And rail station placement near areas of interest. So right now it's mixed use residential and commercial with walkable proximity to restaurants and shops, all very close to the potential rail sites. Additionally, with depending on what the development might look like under the First Street corridor or whatever might go into place in that vacant land, that certainly could spur additional mixed use opportunity. And kind of going back to some of the quantitative analysis that we reviewed in our literature review, some of the findings were that mixed use in particular and that, again, proximity to restaurant shops, things that are of interest to folks are really what spurs, kind of creates that ecosystem that maximizes the use of a rail stop. And finally, other public investments of interest to residents and tourists. There are a number of different things that Berthoud really brings to the table that certainly are attracting folks to the area. So you're already very, very much well placed to take advantage of the rail station. A few other things to mention are just sort of in giving a little more context from what we learned from the literature review of existing studies were that for the most part, the economic opportunity, at least when it comes to land values, was really all within a 1 mile radius of a station site. So here, just drawing that 1 mile radius around 2 potential station sites, you can see largely residential or at least comprising a significant portion of the residential areas of Berthoud. And then beyond that, the First Street corridor development, that potential development site within both of those 1 mile radii. And so again, lots of opportunity to capitalize on this potential. Additionally, Berthoud is already, there's a lot of, so basically there aren't a tremendous amount of folks who live and work within the town. And so people are either commuting in from areas along the proposed sites or they're commuting out to go to those sites. And so the opportunity of rail certainly would be attractive to a number of your existing residents and or workers. I'll turn it back
And I
to
guess
Phil.
it's my turn to step up again. So, you know, as I mentioned, it was a little bit difficult for us to say exactly what the increment would be to property values or how many new businesses. It's a little too premature in the development planning for us to really have a sense of the true economic impact. But what we do know, and you know, I'm sure that you're most familiar with once a year or every other year when you do a budget, is those economic impacts also turn into fiscal impacts. So if you have more business activity happening, you're going to generate more sales tax, you're going to generate more property tax, you're going to generate more fee for service type of revenue for the city. And so what we did here was not necessarily like a total amount that would be essentially that would booster the fiscal base for the city, but try and give you some illustrative examples of what the magnitude of a sort of 1 unit increment would be, so that when you have a chance to further develop out planning, you could get a sense of what those fiscal impacts would be to the city. So for example, as Kate mentioned, we would imagine if there were a rail stop that would spur some additional development, you'd have population growth, you'd have more households, you'd have more spending in the community. I will also mention that in the wake of the pandemic combined with the Wayfair decision, where more of us are shopping this way instead of walking into a store, if you have more households that are generating retail activity from the home, you're necessarily collecting the sales tax as opposed to if they were to drive to Windsor or Fort Collins or down to Loveland. And so we did some reasonable assumptions about, you know, the spending patterns of households in a certain income range. And for, you know, again, as an illustrative example, every household that had about $115,000 of income would, we think, generate about an additional $500, almost $50 in sales tax from the combination of what would be purchased in town and what would be purchased remotely, from which you could generate the sales tax revenue. And, you know, to the extent that a rail stop would open up higher income jobs to folks who could have a more easily facilitated commute, then that would actually potentially increase. And then, of course, as you get increasing developments, you would have increased use tax from the businesses that are in town and from the development potentially that would happen associated with a rail station. On the property tax side, we just did a little scenario based on the current residential assessment rate and what the current mill levy is for Berthoud. And we came to that, you know, each new home that, let's say, averaged $800,000 would generate an additional $300 about a year for the city. We don't tend to think about cities being in the property tax business in Colorado. We tend to think of cities being in the sales tax business, but looking at that, you know, that's almost 2/3 of what we think the sales tax impact would be. So it's certainly not de minimis. And just to give you a sense, if you were to get those increments in values that Kate mentioned, so being around a station, has been demonstrated in other cities, and we outline more of this in the report, to give a bump in the value of existing property because it's an amenity that's, more easily accessed. Every $10,000 would add about $4 to the sales tax. So that gives you a sense if you get those increments of increased value. So there's certainly fiscal impacts that would grow off of the underlying economic impacts. Also that, again, wouldn't be fully realized if there weren't the ability to sort of walk over and jump on a train right in town. I think we kind of touched on most of the qualitative findings and sort of the case making that Kate shared with you, but I want to point to maybe 2 or 3 of them that I don't think we talked about as specifically. And they're number 4, 6, and 7 on this list. It's funny for 2 economists here to be talking about the fact that there could be benefits other than those that are related to the economy, but we are willing to say that there's other benefits in the world. And the literature was very strong about the fact that, there can be planning benefits that can be realized even if there aren't necessarily economic benefits. So as economists, we only see economic benefits if there's some economic activity that's happening that wasn't happening anywhere in town as a result of this. And so if it's simply transferred economic activity from an area, let's take a restaurant. So a restaurant relocates from further away from the rail station to closer to a rail station. As economists, we would not necessarily consider that an economic benefit because it's just spatially moving it. But planners who are looking for a look and feel and a certain je ne sais quoi in a community will see benefits from that, even if those of us who are economists will say, oh, no, there's no benefit to that. So I wanted to point out, related to that notion of placemaking, if you have that stop and it does facilitate some vision, even if there aren't incremental economic benefits, there could be benefits that extend beyond that because it does help you create the vision for the community that you all have in mind. The other one that I think was really an interesting conclusion that came mostly from the literature and a little bit from the cities that we spoke to is number 6, that the decreases in transportation costs associated with having a stop for people can actually change the spatial distribution of a region. So, if you were to have a stop, it's going to certainly rearrange where economic activity happens in the region. And if the train were not to stop, you would lose the opportunity to sort of have your place in the region as the region sort of remolds itself around this new infrastructure related to rail. And so while there's not really a number we can put on that, everyone we talked to was pretty clear about the fact that having that stop allowed them to be kind of a player in that regional redistribution of where activity is happening. And then the last one we heard very strongly from cities down in the Denver area. You don't even need a lot of people riding the rail in order to have those benefits happen. So, lots of times we look at, there's all these empty rail cars except for at a few hours during the day, or we heard a lot in the metro about, the rails used the most when people go to Broncos and Nuggets games. But just having that amenity that, again, facilitates people just knowing it's there as an opportunity for moving themselves around a region brings a benefit that's a little difficult to quantify, but certainly is a real benefit of having rail. So I just wanted to kind of highlight those 3. And then we did talk to some folks about, well, what if there really isn't an opportunity to have a station? And I said, there might be a way to capture some of those benefits if the station weren't actually developed in this first round. And particularly the folks in Utah were very clear that in cities that had, close enough access to that front runner, just running a shuttle so that you could move people back and forth from, where they were to access to the train actually was allowing some of those communities to capture at least some portion of the benefit because it was still providing access to the amenity even if the stop wasn't right in the middle of the town. So
do you know the distance of those other communities from that use the shuttle?
What they said?
Yeah, it sort of varied depending on the distance between stops. But right off the top of my head, I can't remember.
That'd be interesting if like we're about anywhere from 5 to 7 miles from 5 miles from Loveland, 7 probably from Longmont. If it's downtown, it'd be a little further. But if Utah's interviewing off of 2 miles away, it might be different than our distance or longer. Yeah.
Yeah, my sense was it could be as much as like a 10 to 15-minute shuttle ride. So I think you would be kind of in that realm of possibility. And they were clear on having a stop was better than not having a stop. But if you don't have a stop, having some sort of connector transportation that would make access to the train at least possible was allowing, those communities that didn't have the dedicated stop to still participate in a lot of that placemaking and a lot of the activity that resulted from having the train. Golden has a situation where I don't think it's been quite as successful. If you know anything about the light rail in the metro area, it goes to the city and county building, but it doesn't go all the way into downtown Golden. And they have been starting to implement a little connector bus or shuttle. We kind of got the sense from them that they were still a little lukewarm about how well that was working, but it also, I think, is still very new. Something we heard loud and clear talking to the folks around the Front Range was just when the rail system was sort of getting some real traction, COVID hit. And we completely stopped leaving our homes. People stopped commuting to work, and now that we're coming out of the pandemic and sort of readjusting our patterns of moving around, they're kind of reassessing, what the benefits of having those rail stops really are. And so we got this sense from Golden that they're still working to try and make people realize you can come from Denver and take the rail, and then when you get off, there's a way to get into downtown. And it hasn't fully taken hold yet, but I think it's starting to gain some traction. So while we don't think in our, assessment that this is necessarily the best option in Berthoud, like it probably most likely would generate more activity if the stop were actually here. The fact that you do have pretty close proximity to cities that are designated as having a stop still would give you the opportunity to participate in a lot of the advantages that having the rail along the Front Range would provide. And I think that's what we had. We had another slide that I think didn't quite make it into this deck that we can share that talks about sort of where the Front Range Rail Authority is in their process. And we can make sure that we get that last slide shared out.
Certainly, that'd be great if you could.
Yeah.
Or DeWalt or Chris, and he didn't disseminate it.
It's a very high level. The fact that they've delayed the sales tax until 2026, and they're starting to work on perhaps looking at a process to identify secondary stops that aren't identified in the first 9. So it's kind of that vein, but we'll get you those last little bit of details. So with that, how can we help you answer some questions?
Trustee Witt?
How many trains would be going on this at one time?
Yeah, it's not, there's still, the
'Cause
Front
if I wanna
Range-
go to Fort Collins, I don't wanna wait till the train comes back from Trinidad to get on the train to go to Fort Collins.
Sure, I think that they're still sussing out how frequently the train would run. I think they're still in the works for ironing out those details. But we had heard, and this is probably dated information now potentially, but basically sort of like running, 12, maybe more times a day. So stopping.
But you think would there be more than one train, do you think?
That I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, you
Yeah.
just wait 2 hours.
As far as the train
to
set,
go down and come back up.
you're right. That's what I'm on I'm a director on the board there, and there was up to 12. That was the goal, and but since this tax that they might propose will be significantly reduced to 0.03, that really does affect the amount of train sets, and so multiple trains would be doing this because they're trying to capture different times, but also just the amount of trains going by too, which I guess is the same thing. But that might be significantly reduced. So I loved what you guys added about having secondary stops. That did give us an opportunity. We'd have to be totally self-funded. We'd have to prove that we're not gonna be a constraint on the other municipalities. We have to be a minimum of 5 feet from, or sorry, 5 miles from any existing rail stop. So we have to coordinate with Loveland a little bit. But that decreased tax amount could just mean that they're just whispering sweet nothings. That they could say, Bertha, you have the opportunity. There'll never be the funding to, or the political desire to stop. So I think you guys have, this is excellent.
So, is one of the criteria they're looking at controlling having too many stops? And the reason I say that, there's probably 8 towns on 36 between Boulder and Denver. So why wouldn't they all get stops? That's my question.
Yeah.
Is there
Yeah, the
overload where there's just
the legislation said it has to be comparable to other forms of ground transportation. So they're basing the speed on a car's travel.
okay?
And it's subjective of where that study started and stopped. Did they say Fort Collins to Denver, or did they say Fort Collins to Trinidad as far as competing in speed? That legislation does not say anything about having additional trains that have a slower, stop in more locations. So I think that's where plays to our advantage, where we can argue, yeah, you'll still have your express train that fills the legislation's requirements, but you should have an opportunity for a station that stops at other locations. The only ones along the line that potentially would be left out along with us are that I know of. Wellington might be, but if it goes to Cheyenne, but not so if it goes into Fort Collins. But they'll still be taxed like we are, but without really a stop. So they're in that same category. Gun Barrel, which isn't really a real town, but kind of qualifies. There's other ones that I can't remember. Fountain is one. There's like 3 others, but I'd be honest. I think the real push for the secondary stop was to get us to shut up. So.
I took a train from like North Glen into Denver, right to Union Station. Is that a comparable like type of train and system? It was. I couldn't believe how incredibly user friendly it was. But are you familiar with that line?
That was part of the light
That's
rail
light.
system.
Is that
It is?
RTD?
Is that light
It's
or has?
RTD.
It's
Didn't
RTD,
feel
it's
like rail,
RTD.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that Northland is that passenger or is there, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
But-
more
Cause some of it's light rail,
it's a
some of it's
bigger
commuter
train,
rail.
like a commuter rail. But
Yeah.
it's so dumb how the passenger rail, commuter rail distinction's made.
I
because
don't really-
I still don't get it, and I've been on this board for 2 years. I think they use it however fits them at the time.
I just moved from New Jersey. I lived in Red
Oh,
Bank.
I'm from New Jersey too.
Red Bank, you familiar with Red Bank?
Uh-huh.
I mean, that was used so much, unbelievable, but they've been doing that for 40, 50, 60 years and it's on all the towns.
All those towns has a stop.
Yeah.
And that was the plan 20 years ago when this first commuter rail, they made it clear it's commuter rail, but we'd all at least get a stop. Loveland and Longmont had 2, Fort Collins had 3. It was much more embedded to have more locations for people to get on and off. So this one is just a different tact. And I guess however we feel about the legislation, I think there's an opportunity for Bertha to make an argument that we can get at least some of those trains.
And ultimately, the end
Since
up
we're
going
paying
into
for
New
it.
York City, right? All those.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this had it in it, but we are taking an economic hit by being taxed. And I had Cindy look at that amount and I forgot it off the top of my head. But it was not huge, but it wasn't insignificant either. I could pull it up, but no matter what, we couldn't get carved out of the taxing district, so we'll be paying for nothing or trying to get something out of this. And I don't know if they'll pay for a shuttle for us, They've kind of said, Lisa Kaufman, the governor's appointee for rail, said, we'll look at a bus system for you guys. I haven't heard one conversation on the board about a bus system, and I think they're just kind of waiting until we shut up again and, they'll leave it up to us. And we don't have a transportation district like RTD.
Can I comment on
Yeah,
the bus
I'm out.
thing? So, I don't get you going, but so kind of, I have a good friend and he works for like a pretty highbrow like urban planning and landscape architecture firm, and I was talking to him about this. He goes, "Oh well, in Australia they just created a bus train." So it's buses that like drive onto train tracks and then start going. So
Yeah.
It's called like the O-Bahn or something like that. So anyways.
It's got real tires, but it
So-
also has these like train sets on the outside, so it can get on a track.
Maybe your crew as the
Let's do
city.
it.
As, well, so all we have to do is
It's decided.
get a sister, wait, I got a proposal. Get a sister city.
Create our own rail?
In Northeast Adelaide.
Yes.
Send people
Suburb
back between
that
Wellington
has
and
this
Berthoud on those
and say,
buses.
we
That's
wanna
what's
be
gonna
just like
happen.
our sister city.
There we-
and get a
yes.
bus train.
Can I ask a question
Yeah,
about the
please.
presentation?
Trustee Albrecht, please.
Sorry, I just wanted clarification or just insight, when you use the verbiage, and now I'm gonna lose it because I'm tired. About like the high value commuters, what was the verbiage you used?
Oh, like a higher income?
Increase of higher income, travelers, how did you come to that accession? I just would assume people who have more money are driving their own vehicles, not taking a commuter rail.
Well, our sense of that is that having another transportation option that opens up labor markets that are perhaps further away, there might be folks who would consider living in Berthoud if they knew they had a second option to maybe access a job in Denver. And so, and this may be my New Jersey bias because I grew up in a town that was very much a commuter town into New York City. And the towns that were along the Main Line Railroad that went from northern New Jersey, where I was, into New York City, attracted higher income households than many of the towns that were left off the rail line. Now, eventually, because that's a very, very, old and developed area, there's bus lines and so on and so forth. And so over time, those other communities caught up. But the desirable towns were the ones that were along the railroad. And so it's our sense from reading the literature and then from, experience and talking to some folks who had experience in sort of the larger metropolitan areas back east, that having that option to use rail to access jobs essentially opens up labor markets that are a little bit further away from where you live because you do have that other transportation option. So we, again, it's a little bit hard to quantify right now because we don't know how many of those kind of households would look at Berthoud as an option for living, but I think there's probably a very high probability that some would, because it would give them that other option to access jobs, that it allows people to have only one car perhaps in a household and access jobs. It snows here, some people may think I don't want an hour commute if it might snow, but if I know I can jump on the train in those days, then it makes living here something that's more viable. So we do think that having access to the train would probably would bring in more higher income households to Berthoud.
And then just one other question. I know you guys are really focusing on the economic impact, but I didn't notice what I'm really wishing I could have seen, and this isn't on you at all, but what I'm curious about personally is the cultural demographic impact, just based on being close to communities that have a lot of homelessness and crime, and Berthoud's really protected and sheltered from that. I do have concerns. I'd like to know personally the negative impacts that we could be opening up ourselves to. And I don't know if you have any feedback on that. And I know you didn't research that, and that's not part of this
Look at
presentation.
the bottom of page 8, they kind of address it.
Yeah, we did hear that, in all honesty, from cities around who are on the light rail line, that there have been some issues around crime at stations. They've had to increase security at stations, and that there has been, particularly since the pandemic, there has been some increase in, it's hard to know, there's been increases in homelessness in lots of places in the metro. So is it being facilitated by the rail or not? I don't know that we could necessarily prove that, but there's certainly the chance that it could be facilitating the movement of folks who are housing unstable. But certainly we do know that they, some of those cities in the metro did report, crime. My sense was it wasn't violent crime, it was property crime, cars being broken into, those kind of crimes. in the vicinity of stations. So I think that that's certainly something that needs to be recognized and is certainly a viable concern.
In our push to get this, I wonder if you reverse it a little bit and say, not what is in it for Berthoud, but what's in it for other places. And what I mean, like, I won't go to Denver because I'm not messing with the traffic and the parking. But I would hop on a train out of Berthoud and I'd go down there for a bunch of stuff. I mean, if we reverse the narrative a little bit, would that help our support in possibly getting a stop? Just food for thought. The other thing on your second option, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm not driving and getting on a bus to take me to Loveland when I can drive there faster than going.
Sure.
I'm gonna mess with the bus and all that stuff. Just give me a big parking lot and I'll drive to. I mean, I don't know how many people feel like that, but.
Well, yeah, if you're going to Fort Collins and you have to stop at Loveland, you might as well keep going. I agree.
Or if you're going to Denver, but you wanna pick it up in Loveland, I don't wanna mess with another mode.
Sure.
I'm in my car, now I'm in a bus, now I'm in a train.
Right, yeah, and then reverse on the other end.
Take out the bus, I'm just driving.
The reason why I like the bus, so I'll argue against it a little bit. The reason why I like it is if you're a visitor visiting Colorado and you stop in Loveland and there's no stop in Berthoud and you want to visit Berthoud, you have an easy access point to
True,
jump on
true.
a bus and come see Berthoud and visit, which is kind of my goal, is that we have more visitors that don't stay and they spend their money here and then they, carry on with their life and enjoy their time and, have ease of access to get here. To me, I think the bus is better personally, because I think it helps connect people, but we're not having to deal with the direct impacts of having a rail in town. It's just my.
I mean, I would only counter that we do have a bus already, and it does bring a little bit of loitering.
But it won't take you to Denver in, however short of a term a rail would.
Oh, it would function the same as the new bus. The bus already takes you from Loveland to Longmont and stops in Berthoud.
Well, the goal is not to get to Loveland or Longmont. The goal is to take the train to a longer journey, right? Like if you're.
Yeah, to stop there and then get on the train, right?
Right.
Yeah, I just think the flex would be repeating what a new train would be doing, which is trying to connect the communities. But I think the flex does bring a little bit of it brings people that I've already heard that work on Second Street, that have an income, but it also, I've seen, bring people that kind of just wander around here. But I think that comes back to what amenities we're offering for homeless or not. But I see your point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in.
92%, I think, of our residents work somewhere else. That's kind of amazing.
Yeah. So is there a way to calculate, we have the additional values, could we put that to the comp plan and have a total number or a range of income and we could flip it too, so we don't get a stop, this is our loss of potentially, so we know potentially how many rooftops are coming in. We could put that 10,000 or whatever on that, and then we'd have a real number.
Quantify kind of a reasonable number.
Yeah, I think we should. Anyway, from my perspective, this is fantastic, and I think it's very unbiased, and I think it's public now. I'd love to share it with the Front Range Passenger Rail Board. I can't see how they object. You guys have it's cited almost every single page what you're looking from. You did real world studies. It, in my opinion, isn't strongly leading. You just followed the data. So I think you guys did a great job.
I had a quick question. That's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I got ahead.
You might have already answered this, so I apologize, but on finding number 6, when you're talking about decreasing transportation costs, in your analysis, did you guys come into contact with specific savings that commuters would have, since the large percentage of people who live in Berthoud commute? What would be, or once again, did you come into contact with a figure, like is the average transportation and upkeep savings for those commuters for gas, vehicle upkeep, that sort of thing?
I wish we had thought of that, because that would have been a great thing for us to add, absolutely. Unfortunately, we didn't do that illustrative example, but I think you could easily make that case.
I think so too. But we just
You know, and then, the economist in me is thinking, okay, so then what do you do with that? Maybe you go out to dinner in town, right? And so,
I guess we need to know the final fare amount, because we'll be paying the sales tax plus a fare at the door.
Sure.
But I think that's great. Yeah. Awesome. Just in time, Longmont wants to organize a meeting for Northern Colorado, so Lisa Kaufman will be. Hopefully they can get him come to Berthoud, but I think they're trying to avoid us. I'll stop. I know they're watching, so. Any other questions?
Nice job. Thank you. Tough assignment.
Yes, I just noticed right now you guys are both doctors, PhDs. Is that correct?
We are both.
Awesome. Very cool. Well, thank you very much, and thanks for the bid, and I'm really happy with staff for choosing you guys, so. You guys did a great job. Colorado Futures Center.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. We can move on now to our final agenda item tonight, and that is the Cook easement agreement. We have Ken Matthews waiting the whole night for this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Walt.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, we got one too.
So a little bit of background for, just a little bit of background for some new folks. Folks haven't heard about this project in a while, and I think Trustee Wing, you haven't heard about it at all. So last August, I was here and kind of presented the preliminary alignment for a sanitary sewer interceptor that's aimed at solving some problems that we have in town. The original project name was the First Street Trunk Sewer. It's an overloaded sanitary sewer, and there's a series of things that we had identified to repair the problem, to fix the problem. One of which has happened early this year. We did some rehabilitation construction and some rerouting and rerouting of flows in order to improve the capacity of the First Street Trunk Sewer. The next piece of that, which we've been working on for about a year, is a major sanitary sewer interceptor pipeline east of First Street that will provide sewer capacity for a sewer shed that goes all the way up to the far kind of north part of town. So Berthoud Parkway and 42nd Street Southwest, kind of in that area, all the way down and running through Farmstead, where Farmstead is being developed right now. So that's the project. The first piece of it is of course further down south. What I'm here to talk to you guys about today is the easement acquisition of which. In March, I was in here. We had an alignment. We had started negotiation with most of the property owners up and down this alignment, and there's a cluster of them that are oriented right along the south side of Bacon Lake that you can see there. One of the things that I talked to you guys about before was that I was going to approach these I was going to batch these things out. There's about 12 easements that are required right along in this area. All of the property is very similar. Property values are going to be basically identical as far as cost per square foot. And so it was very important in my mind that all of these be treated identically, and that's kind of the way we've approached it. Then as you move north, there's another round of property owners that easements will ultimately be required. But what I'm focused on today are these 12 properties along Bacon Lake. So in March, if you recall, I came and I said had 2 or 3 iterations with these, back and forth negotiations with these property owners, and I'm not getting any movement. And I asked for the ability to bump offers up a little bit. I got authorization to take it to $3, and go figure. That's exactly where everything ended up. And so basically at this point, we are starting to get some decent momentum. What I'm here to talk to you guys tonight about is the first easement, the first property owner who signed, this Mike Cook, That's this property right here. It's at the very end. And that was very important because that's kind of the entryway into the project. This farmstead right here, they are building the pipeline through their subdivision. And so we're picking it up at Mike Cook's property. Very important that I nail that one down. The other one that I have almost secured is over at the other side, and that's Carter, Greg Carter, and he has signed the letter that is the intent, but he hasn't signed the easement yet. So we're working with him still. Anyway, in your packet was the signed easement and the offer that we had for Cook, and amounted to the $3 per square foot property value, like I was talking about, of which there's a 40-foot wide permanent easement, and that is valued at half of that cost. So 40-foot wide, $1.50 a foot, and over the length of the property. And then we have adjacent to that a 30-foot temporary easement, and that's 10% of the property value. So you add all that up. Then in addition, for Cook, that's a little bit of a special property because there's a lot going on down there. We have a lot of manholes and that will be in his property, access through the highway, and then also access, we were able to negotiate access through his gate. Go ahead.
So these easements don't already exist?
They do not.
'Cause if we did, then we could just do it, right, if they were already there?
That's correct.
And then I don't know, I don't know this stuff, but eminent domain where we just go, hey, this is for the public good, we're just gonna create an easement, is that like in left field? That stuff just doesn't happen?
In general, we've taken an approach not to utilize eminent domain, unless it's an absolute necessity. It's expensive, it's very time consuming. You still have to pay the property owner, but you also have to take, you have to go through legal action, which is prohibitively expensive in a lot of cases for properties like this. So we want to work with willing landowners and purchase these through negotiated sale.
So if you did 10 or however many, and you use this as the run rate, you could be looking at $400,000 at the end of the day to satisfy all these property owners?
Our budget for the easements themselves originally was around $250,000.
Okay.
Where we're at right now with the current offers, as they start to go is 263. And then the additional damages, damage to crops, a lot of those people have hay out there, structures, gates, stuff like that. That adds another about 47,000 to that. So we're right at 300,000 total for this. That's our current budget right now to get through these 12 properties.
Thank you.
And actually, it's very close to kind of what I talked to you guys back in August about. I'd say a few, maybe less than 10% difference. So basically, what I'm looking at today is authorization to go ahead and close the deal on the Cook easement, and then
Another thing, is this kind of a one for all for one? Because if some of these got like Acres or Kiefer or Whitmore, if they go, no, I'm out, that really gums up the whole ball of wax. So are you trying to do a holistic program up front?
Yeah, with a lot of communication between all of them, and they're all talking. So yes, it is, and which is kind of why I wanted to batch all these out, and I was real strict on that they would all be treated exactly the same. We're not gonna. So, for instance, I think it's Bars signed early, and then we came back and offered her neighbors more, so we're adjusting her offer. But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at now. We've we've negotiated, we've kind of greased the skids, we had these all queued up. We got the bookends on either side ready to sign. And so my ask of you today is to, let's close the deal on Cook and then authorization to proceed with final offers in accordance with this similar criteria that I've used for Cook and Carter, you know, for the remaining 10 easements.
I have a question, thought, well, I guess that maybe I should say a concern. I almost would prefer we have all of the easements before us at the same time. Because if we kind of like what I think you were implying is that if we approve this easement and then the others don't, we're out this money, right? Because we're in agreement with Cook. And then if the others don't follow suit, then we can't really progress with the project. So is it possible to have some understanding, but and try to still, you know, move forward with Cook, but wait until we have all easements before us to do a final agreement? Does that make any sense?
Well, it does, and we've considered that. It's tricky. It's you know, the best analogy is herding cats. Because so what you would do is you would have a letter agreement. Let me get you a signature on that letter agreement, and then you start working on everybody else. 2 months later, you come back and I'm second guessing this letter agreement. And so, from my experience and the experience of our you know, our land manager that's helping us with this, when you get you know, you're all in, we have to build this pipeline, and when you get one ready to sign, then you go. What we're doing now, though, is the strategy is kind of from a social standpoint. We know that there's a lot of respect and there's a lot of communication with Cook to the east and with Carter to the west. So several other neighbors have told us, well, I'm just going to sit here and see what Greg's going to do, and then come talk to me. And so we've got a lot of those people queued up. Acres in the middle is pushing back, and so you know, there's you know, there's always risks that you're going to run into anything, but there's only one alignment that we can move this pipe. We can't just like scoot it over to First Street and run it down the road. It won't work that way.
We did a great job mapping this out, engineering it just so like there's a reason this is the plan. So I just want to make sure we're able to go forward with it and avoid any hiccups, I suppose.
So can you tell us why, like between Stone and Day, you can't run it down there and then along Highway 56?
It gets real deep.
The grades just don't work.
Yeah, so the pipe needs to continue as you're going from north to south. It needs to slope down, of course, because the treatment plants to the south along the river, the ground is gradually sloping up. It all kind of slopes towards the lake through there, and so by the time you hit the highway, it's 40 foot deep and just massively expensive. And then it also, how do you take trunk sewers off of a 40-foot deep interceptor? You don't.
Are most of these lots or all of these lots on septic? So this is city sewer, more densely populated?
Yeah, that's what and they've talked about, you know, possibly redeveloping the property. They've all indicated that, and then this would help facilitate that.
I'm with Mayla. I'm a little anxious. I don't know the answer, which I usually don't serve something up. I don't have a better idea, but we commit to Cook and pay the money out. And I mean, is there a sunset date where you think this will be done, or it needs to be done?
I think we can look at it like this. One, I think Ken's point is a good one, which is these negotiations can be ever changing. So when you have somebody that's willing to sign and take it, knowing that this is the alignment that works. And then, you know, hopefully we've built some good relationships. We've been having conversations with these people for a long time. We get many others who say, great, we've seen in the deal, we're good. know everybody's getting the same thing, we're gonna go ahead and take our cut. And then if you may end up with the last holdout who says, I'm the last one and I'm not gonna budge until I get twice what everybody else got. And then you can talk about condemnation for the last one or two if that's necessary. But it's kind of the old shoot it before it gets away kind of mentality that if you wait and you try to get everybody to agree all at the same time, it's actually much more difficult than just getting everyone that you can get when you can get it, and then figuring out what you need to do to finish the piece.
Let me ask you,
We're not going to increase our offers beyond what we're giving everyone. We've been, I think, pretty clear with the property owners that look, we're intending to treat everybody fairly here. We're going to pay everybody kind of the same price per square foot value. Nobody's going to manipulate the town into getting more. We're also not gonna try and work you over to get less. And then if we end up having to, there are other alternatives that we can go down.
and you guys are the experts, I'm not trying to second guess you, but if Dombrowski and Bars and Collmore and Cook, they're all signed up, but we say, we don't cut you the check till we get the whole thing, otherwise it doesn't work, then there's pressure on Acres to go, I'm holding up my neighbors getting their
Right.
money until I jump in.
Can we have a signed agreement, but the money doesn't come in place till all the property owners agree?
I've got one property owner who's saying he won't sign unless
He gets
there-
money.
there's a check in hand. So there's at least one of those who's all the way to the other extreme.
Can we give a final that we're not gonna go above this, so they know that they can't negotiate?
That's where we're at right now. Yeah, and I was very clear that this was not, this was, authorization by the.
And
by
after
the
this
board,
is
that's
it, their land looks exactly the same. They don't even know it's there after it's done, right? If it's under the ground, right? I mean, they still grow wheat or whatever they want.
That's right.
And, we then have the authority to access it, to repair it, to maintain it. There's impacts to their properties.
They can't build over it.
Manholes, they can't build over it. It changes the dynamic for them. There's real impact to them. That's why they're being compensated.
Yeah, I feel better as long as I know, let's just say, well, I know Whitmore, so I'll use her as an example. If she wanted to be a holdout, I don't think it's a conflict anyway, but I know a lot of people. It's just the reality of living in a small town. But if she wanted to hold out and we just tell everyone else there's not gonna be a higher offer, so like you said, Chris, we're just gonna start looking at other options.
I don't
keeps
think
you from
there's any other alternative really.
condemnation, right?
That-
We need to get this done.
That is the other
Yeah.
alternative, but yes, I don't think there's any other alternative other than kind of the approach that we're taking or the threat of condemnation.
We really don't have anybody that's like digging their heels and saying that this is not coming through my property. That I have not heard. Everybody wants to get the best offer and make the most money for the for the impact of their property.
And these are not,
that's what drives it.
sorry, Ken. These are not insignificant dollar amounts, right? And so, to kind of lend weight to what you're suggesting, I think most people realize I'm gonna deal with some inconvenience during construction and maybe some long-term impacts that will be very infrequent with maintenance and access, whatever. And I can get paid now for property I'm not currently using, and that may benefit me in the future as a sewer line gets installed across my property and I choose to redevelop and do some other things. So there's a lot of good reasons for people to say yes, and I don't think that we've had, as Ken articulated, we don't have anybody that said, you pry it out like cold dead fingers or anything.
The blue line that runs horizontal, is that a property? I can see Acres and Canino, but the other ones, I mean, is that actually a property line?
I think that, I'm not really sure.
I was just curious if their property went all the way down, or if that's a natural divide.
There is a, in between Acres and Canino is a property line. Kiefer has split his lot, and so there's a property line there. He owns both lots.
It looks like for the most part, you ran along property lines wherever you could.
Yes.
And I do appreciate the way that you're approaching this and working with the landowners and building relationship and that partnership. I think that's much more on our.
Yeah, that's a long game.
I'm sure, and I respect your opinion. If you think this is the right tactic, you've been in this day in and day out.
Yeah.
And you have relationship with these people, and that's important to maintain that. And I think if you think that's the best approach, then I'm in support.
It's you communicate, and then when all the pieces are all lined up, ready to go, which we feel like we are. It's not 100%. Acre still is chatting about this and that, but pretty much everybody is basically kind of tired of talking to us.
This is brand new, there's no existing sewer line on where you've got this map today. And again, do you have a sunset date when we think this is gonna get done, or when we're gonna
Yeah,
start
we want to be
construction?
building, this time next year. We want to be advertising for bids in February of 2025.
And is the reason for this a capacity issue, or is there a failure on the other line?
No, it's a capacity issue. It's capacity and it's to serve all of this area along the east side of town.
So we have capacity issues in the existing First Street sewer line that this will help to mitigate, and then this will also create future capacity.
Is it in the budget?
Any other questions?
I have a random question. What's the consideration for $10?
That's a standard legal boilerplate to show that there is some consideration. So the rest of this is documented in a series of documentation that.
The easement language. Yeah.
It seemed awkward that it was just $10.
That was weird too.
I
So
thought the
this
point-
must be a
the
typo,
0.25
surely.
The 0.25 cents at the end too, I was like, that's very precise. Counting blades of grass out there. I have no questions.
Cool. Well, there's no public, so no need for public comment. Anyone would like to move on this?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, sure.
This one? Yeah. I move to approve the acquisition of the Cook easements and authorize the issuance of funds for the easement agreements to approve the use of similar forms of agreement with similar cost criteria for future easement acquisitions, with the sign-off authority being given to the town administrator, Chris Kirk.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Wing has moved on this. Trustee Kurtz is seconded. Clerk, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Albright?
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Karsberg?
Yes, all right. Thank you. Thanks for all
Thank
your
you,
hard
guys.
work. You too, Chris.
Thanks
All
for
you
hanging,
guys.
thanks for hanging late.
Ken? Yeah, gives you a public administrator. That's great. Okay, final agenda item tonight is the port committee interviews, which were conducted by Trustee Ayers, myself, and why am I blanking out his name? What?
Lauren Rock, Keith Knoll.
Yeah, Keith Nolan, and thank you, Lauren Roth from the port. Do you wanna go into, I mean, we had two candidates, one didn't show up, so
Yeah.
honestly, I think
Nice.
even if they did show up, I really liked the first candidate. She longtime resident, I think it was 11 years, big runner, just wanted to connect trails and be a part of it. So and also didn't want to be a part of any other committees, whereas the second candidate that did not show up had a second and third option for committees that she might be interested in. So Christian's going to reach out to her and let her know of future opportunities when more port interviews are going to be needed. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So, anything to add?
No, yeah,
Okay,
she's been, she's lived here for 11 years, she's been on other boards. She just wants to help out, so I don't feel bad that she was the only one.
Yeah, you knew. Great. Would you like to move on that, Carl?
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, is there any discussion regarding this? Just kind of jumping in. Go for it.
I move to appoint Carrie Weason to the Port Committee for a term of 2 years to expire September 2026.
Anyone would like to second that?
I'll second.
All right, trustee Ayers has moved on this. Trustee Albrecht has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Albright?
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz?
Yes.
Mayor Karsberg?
Yes, okay. This brings us into reports. We'll start off with trustee Ayers this time. Go left to right.
Sure, so the main point of the last port meeting was the Jaskowski property again. There continues to be for lack of a better term, lack of communication with Open Lands. They won't certify any plans. They just say basically, we'll just tell us and we'll tell you if you can't do it, and then we provide ideas and they say, well, maybe, et cetera, and it just kind of goes around in a circle. So the port committee gave some more specific plans to them. Keith Knoll's gonna be in contact with them, and the main points, just so that you guys know, were again, disc golf and a possible dog park along with open trails, et cetera. There was actually a member of the local disc golf community there, and they're really interested in this. Just so that you guys have a heads up, disc golf may be the next pickleball as far as emails to us go. So just keep a heads up in that. But yeah, we're just, with that piece of property, we're just kind of waiting on Open Lanes to tell us what we can do, what we can't do, where we can't do it on the property. And so hopefully with this next round of plans and a little bit more specific comments, we can kind of move forward with that and it'll be brought before us at some point.
Awesome.
And I think that's all I had.
Cool.
Fireworks were nice.
What was that?
Fireworks were nice.
They were great. Awesome. Do you see if they say no to this, any value in just asking Colorado Open Lands to come to the board? So we could kind of hear this more publicly, their resistance.
Yeah, I mean, if they.
And not that I don't believe you, I just think that might help the cause, saying, hey,
Yeah.
what's going on? But hopefully this more specific documents we're providing will help.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, we'll know, I guess we'll know. Trustee Wing?
You know, a lot of my report things were covered as we went through along, but I do have one question. As we look at one of our global charters is protecting the Constitution. That came up somewhere in our roles in these positions. And when I think about the short-term rental, I think about owning their property. Where do we cross the line on telling people what they could do with their property? And how do those two things kind of intersect?
Good question.
That's a big question and
That's what we're
probably
going
not
through?
one we necessarily wanna
Is
get
it a
into.
legit question though?
Oh
'Cause I-
yeah, absolutely, it's a great question. The city has, you know, the land use authority to regulate property in a way that is good for the safety, health and welfare of the community. And that's really the touchstone. And I'd love to talk to you more about that. It's a great question.
And traditional zoning has been tested in court many times. Communities have the right to regulate land use.
Well, I'm also, yeah, I keep forgetting the wording you use, but unless it's specifically allowed, and the short-term rentals aren't,
We
then
have a
they're banned.
permissive land use code.
Admissive, okay.
And so
Admitted,
if it is not permitted in the land use code, then it is not permitted.
I thought there was something the Constitution actually talks about property rights.
It does, support and defend, and then it, it used to be life, liberty, and the pursuit of,
Happiness.
or something, life, liberty, and property, or something, I don't know.
But, you know, communities have a right to determine kind of how they want to grow as a community and to regulate land use so that they're not incompatible land uses, it's not impacts to public health, safety and welfare. You know, you don't wanna, I don't know.
'Cause it is-
Name an
and
awful
and
land
again,
use
it's
right
getting-
next to a.
It's getting late, but it's so easy to see both sides, right? One is, you know, hey, they're partying, blah, blah, they're not keeping up. It's like a rental, no disrespect, but you can usually drive through a neighborhood and tell the difference. And then the flip side is, who are you to tell me that I can't rent or I can't do that? So you really
There
can't
will
see.
be a lot of that conversation at the next meeting.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff's gonna come up and it's like, I mean, look, there are a lot of people who don't live in, who live in properties they own that are terrible neighbors. And we don't regulate terrible neighbors other than through traditional things like noise
Or
limitations
covenants, controls in the neighborhood.
covenants, controls that we don't manage, but the neighborhoods
Right.
do, or whatever, right? But
Yep.
like, there are a lot of people who are not, that live in homes that they own, that are not short-term rentals,
Right.
that are terrible neighbors.
That's
So,
true.
short-term rentals are not in and of themselves terrible neighbors.
Do you mind, I couldn't find the John Evans suggestions, Administrator Kirk, do you mind sending those off to the board?
Yeah, we'll address it all in the packet. We'll include all the comments we've received, and then we'll try to address as many of them as in writing as we can.
Do you mind sending those out earlier? Is that possible? Than a week ahead of time? To kind of maximize it. I have something from him, I just don't know if that's the final thing that they sent.
I'm happy to resend what he sent.
Yeah,
I just
absolutely.
don't know that we'll have all of our comments attached to that yet.
No, yeah, that's what I meant, just his comments, or that neighborhood's Don Zante, the ones that got together. I sent off
He
everything.
sent
I could find.
multiple emails, so I'll try to capture at least the ones I think that are relevant
Okay.
to what you're talking
I
about.
think I copied you on them too, so if I'm wrong, if you see something new, just let me know, or just put it in there.
Okay.
I'm only asking because he came in tonight and I forgot to forward off what I had. Okay, Trustee Kurtz?
I have a cultural event that I wanna make everybody aware of, so I think you all have heard about me talk about Finding the Zone, which is a coming of age movie of a young baseball, I guess, young baseball player who ultimately ended up playing for the St. Louis Cardinals. But anyways, it is gonna premiere, it's gonna make its Colorado premiere here in Berthoud because it was filmed here in Berthoud. A big portion of it on Friday, August 16th at 5:30, and it's gonna be hosted at Grace Place Church. So I'll send out
So
information.
they're
for you
gonna
all.
show a movie in this church and somehow
Yeah.
they got a screen or something?
They must have
Big
some
projector.
sort of projector or auditorium space or something like that.
It's a very large space. The Chamber's held some events there. It's
You're gonna
probably
send that
awesome.
to us?
Yeah, I'll send it out to you. My
Finding
nephew
the
played
Zone.
my nephew played the young version of the
Oh,
of the baseball. But yeah, this was just
In
announced.
real baseball or in the movie?
He does play real baseball, but in the movie too. So yeah.
Chris, you should make a it's too late. I'd say you can make a cameo and have your kid in there, but cool, alright.
maybe
August
someone
16th,
gets thrown
5:30.
out of the game.
But I'll send it out. And there's like an Evite you should like RSVP too. I don't know if there's like room capacity limits or what, but the director of the movie will be on hand for also like a Q&A. So doesn't count as one of our cultural events from the strategy session, but a cultural event nonetheless. That's it.
Okay, Trustee Albrecht? Put it in my calendar.
The 4th of July or 3rd of July was fabulous. It's the best fireworks show. It's my favorite. And we always go somewhere on the 4th too now because we have kids, so they're like, let's go twice. And Berthoud has done so great. So thank you for doing that.
Any
Also,
idea how many people come from other towns to that? Do we have?
Placer
We'll have
AI would
data.
tell you.
I do have that information. I plan to share with you today.
How could you have that information?
Placer
I'll tell you all
will.
about it.
His
Big
drones
brother.
counting
Oh, I know,
intensity.
that's your
They
Sharing
use
people's
that-
backyard.
infrared
Yeah, the
thing.
city of Loveland too, it's really cool. And then Town Park, thank you for the tour today. I am so excited. Like this project has been like just a little passion point of mine for so long and to see it coming together in better ways. I mean, when you see something on paper, it just doesn't give you all the feels that we had today. So thank you. I'm excited and I'm excited about the timeline. And then I had a couple other things. I'm sure you'll have an update on the non-pot situation that happened, or hopefully we have some updates, but I just wanted to express my sentiment that I'm kind of dissuaded from that whole system, the non-pot system right now. If we can't find a way to prevent people from tampering with it, that makes me really leery of it, because it's a really sad situation that took place. And then another thing that I wanted to bring up, and it's late, so I don't even think it's the time to do it, but maybe we can discuss it in the future, is I'm hearing a lot of feedback from community members about the cost of permitting in Berthoud for anything that they do on their property or anything pertaining to permits, with Berthoud being more higher cost than other communities. And so I just thought it might be beneficial from my perspective and maybe the boards to do some type of audit or overview of what our permits and fees are for our citizens compared to maybe other neighboring communities like Longmont and Loveland. I just want to know if what they're saying has justification to it, or if we're tracking and it's fair. I just want to make sure that living here we're not pricing people out. It's every day it's getting more and more expensive for people to just survive and live in our community, and I want to make sure they feel like they can thrive So I don't know if we can at some point discuss that further, but it's on my
We're happy to
radar.
just provide that comparison to you.
That'd be great.
We've done it several times. We haven't done it recently, but we can update it. We are not, I would not say we are more expensive than everyone else around us.
That's good information.
Yeah, I'd love to
Just
see
to
it.
see a list of what it costs, cause I
Right.
don't even
It's
have a frame of
difficult because,
reference.
you know, the list of fees is a mile long because there's a million different things that you could do.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and so.
Could you
but
just like
just for
example
like a-
renovating a basement or adding an ADU or something?
Yeah, and even that is not really apples for apples comparisons in some cases, but it's easy to do like a new single family home versus a new single family home, and then to pick out a handful of things like if you need to get your water heater replaced or your roof replaced. You know, there are kind of some common permits that are easy to compare. We can't capture every single possible thing, so we can come in and ask for a permit for because
Could we
but
capture
again,
what
I
we
think
did within
we
a
can-
calendar year? What permits we actually issued and what they cost and what they were for? I know that's an extensive project probably, and that's why I called it more of an audit.
I would say no, not the thousands of permits that we issue every year to like evaluate every single one and then build a comparison for every single one of those to every community or to a list of communities around us. We could certainly do a random sample of permits and try to get reasonable. I think that's kind of what I'm suggesting is that it's easy to say like, hey, we know we get a bunch of water heater replacements or roof replacements.
Yeah, I think she's talking about existing residents, so new homes doesn't really matter to
No,
them.
I know, I'm talking about things that you would do in an
Right.
existing residence.
Right.
Yeah. So we can show you the new home comparison too, but just for, you know, if you're interested, but I'm saying we can do a whole long list of kind of commonly permitted activities at existing homes and compare those to other communities.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, anything would be helpful just for our understanding.
Good.
That's it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just feed off that. I think, May, that's a great point. I think, yeah, it just ranges on what we're charging it for. And for existing residents, if we're trying to increase density, it makes sense to take a look at that. Like I was telling May, Santa Barbara, you go onto their website and you want to do an ADU, they already have a calculator built into that website that'll give you an estimate of the permitting cost. And they lowered the permitting cost because they pre-approved certain designs. Had architects already create these, they approved 3 of them. And then they can justify a cheap permitting if you choose one of those designs since they're already kind of looked through. I thought it was a great idea.
So cool. Especially if you have a housing crisis and you're trying to
Santa Barbara.
create
Yeah,
additional
yeah.
homes.
The
people can
Santa
use it
Barbara?
from.
The Santa Barbara, California. I actually talked to the guy's name is Marty, the inspector, and he said he'd share the calculator, but that was like 2017. So I don't know if he's still working for them. It's great. It was a model. That's why someone else pointed me to it. But I thought if we were trying to add ADUs, which the state's been trying, especially this last couple of years, way to bring down the price is pre-approve certain designs. So anyway.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea.
Awesome job on the 3rd. I agree. I thought Town Park looks good too. Even though I don't have kids, I understand a lot of people do, and I think the other half serves, or at least the shade structure and the barbecue or the natural gas thing is awesome. That the fire pit there, I think that serves anyone. So I think you guys did a great job on that. The only thing I can think of right now is just because I got a Facebook message on it, but someone got their son got told that they can't fish on the east cell of the reservoir, and he said, "Where is this noticed on the website?" And I said, "Isn't it posted right there on the peninsula?"
It's all over the place out there.
All right, he just gave me tons. I told him to do that. So he said it's a $600 fine. So why did we stock that site, or did they jump over?
We don't stock that side, but yeah, I mean, they're connected bodies of water. So
Because there is big fish.
yeah.
Oh, that's what's doing it.
Because the water from the west cell goes into the east cell. But the east cell is the kind of the immediate cell before it goes to the treatment plant, and we don't want people over there.
There's
It's
also a
fenced off
60
for a reason.
Yeah, but to be honest, I run around it. There's people there all the time, so I think that's a compliment to you guys that we're actually enforcing
There's
it now.
20-inch trout over there.
There's fences and lots of signs that say no fishing or access.
I guess I mean
don't-
it's just a
don't think
compliment to the sheriff's office that we're getting at it because I'll agree that the majority of fishers are on that side.
A lot of folks.
I brought up to
and
Ken
they
too,
all
but-
go over there because it's not, you're not allowed to, and so they think they have some like legitimately, I think they think okay, well, nobody else is allowed to go over here, so if I hop the fence, the fishing's gonna be great, because nobody else is fishing over here, right? But then everybody jumps the fence.
Yeah.
It's like a
They're
con-
connected
so many
anyhow,
road
so-
they're connected anyway.
That's all I have. All right, turn it over to Steph.
I'll start with the non-pot issue. Nothing significant's changed other than the updates that we already gave you in terms of we worked through the issue. We worked through the noticing procedures with the state. We did a bunch of additional testing that we weren't required to do, but all of our water came back safe and clean like we expected. We are planning to issue citations. The property owner's already been contacted. They're aware that there'll be some to municipal court with citations and fines associated with their illegal cross connection. I understand the concern you expressed, Trustee Albrecht. I think I would suggest that the water system is not much different than the road network, in that we can't stop people from doing stupid things and creating accidents, and even killing people in their cars. The existence of a non-pot is not necessarily the problem. It's folks who are willing to contaminate the system. You can contaminate our water system without a non-pot system, right? And so we do what we can to try to protect against that. And I think that there are some other things that we can likely do in the future to reduce the possibility of contamination from illegal cross connections. But water systems can get contaminated by a whole lot of things, not just non-pot. And so this, if it helps settle your mind a little, there are non-pot systems all over the state of Colorado, and at least according to the state Department of Public Health, this is the first time that they're aware of that this has happened. And so it's not great to have that distinction, but this is not a common problem. It's in fact exceedingly rare given how many non-potable systems there are. And so I think we've learned the hard way that there are other things that can probably be done in the future. A lot of it is just education, and making sure that homeowners and property owners that have non-potable irrigation systems understand what they are not allowed to do. In this case, I think there are a lot of good reasons for them to know that this was not allowed. But that's maybe a different issue for a different day.
Similar note though, on the sewage in McNeil, did you ever hear anything on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't know that I got an update back, so I need to touch base and
The manager reaffirmed to another resident that indeed did happen, so just FYI.
it is possible that it did. I'm just not sure that that's the way it was designed. I guess is the issue.
The non-pot system, is it arguable that that took place because there's restricted hours of use for watering, and so they were trying to circumvent? Because that was the last meeting was the first time I've ever heard that they've restricted watering hours with the non-pot
We have restricted watering hours, but they just have restrictions in their non-pot system irrespective of the hours. Ditches don't usually turn on until later in the season if people want to start irrigating early. If their non-potable system is down because their pumps aren't operating properly, those are not town-owned or operated pumps. That's operated by the neighborhood. But there are cases where folks are saying, I want to keep my lawn green when I don't have access to my non-pot system, and they are expressly prohibited from connecting the two systems together. And their CCNRs prohibit them from using town water for irrigation. So it's not just our codes; their own covenants say that, and they just chose to do that. So, at least that's. I have not personally read their covenants. I've been told that was explicitly the case.
Interesting.
But certainly, our own rules would prohibit you from cross-connecting those two systems. Sorry, I was gonna make a note to get another follow-up on the pump station before I forget. And the only other thing I was gonna share with you was that we do have some interesting numbers from the 4th of July. We have some software that allows us to track cell phone location data. Thank you, July 3rd.
I have to keep telling them.
I always try to call it the Independence Day celebration. That way I don't have to worry about the date.
That's good.
But it's late. about a quarter of the folks that went to the event were from Berthoud. About a quarter were from Loveland.
Nice.
About 15% from Longmont, and then the rest from.
That's really cool.
So actually, we did. It is a significant regional draw. There were more people there from outside the community than inside the community.
Wow.
Which is pretty cool. And I think it's just because it's a great event. It's a great show. It's got an awesome small town feel. But we, based on the numbers we were able to pull, we think there were over 10,000 people there over the course of the day for the event and the fireworks themselves.
I do have a question on the parking, because a lot of people parked on the roads. Do we like turn the other way, or is actually it legal to park where everybody was parked?
It's basically legal to park anywhere that's not signed that it's illegal.
Okay.
We did prohibit parking around the park for a lot of reasons, just access and safety and other things. But so like the roadways immediately adjacent to the park on the south end on Berthoud Parkway were signed as no parking. We ran folks off of there. I'm sure Chief's team was running folks out of the blast zone all evening. But yeah, otherwise, if it's not signed that there's no parking allowed and there is space to park without obstructing traffic, then I think in general it's we don't run them off.
Hey, just a soft bet. I've run into a number of sheriffs, and I just want to tell you, every single time, they're so professional and friendly and engaging. And I think that goes a long way to connecting with the community. So if you can pass that on, even that night, I talked to 2 or 3 of them, and they just were almost over the top friendly. So it was really cool.
The majority of the deputies that were staffed that night are our reserve units. They're not even paid to be there.
Wow.
Even better.
That's it for me. That's it. I had a lady she's always worried about fireworks. I forwarded it to the board, but she replied afterwards again about enforcement on the 4th. Were we enforcing any mortars and stuff like that? I know it's incredibly hard when everyone's doing it, but I kind of want to reply to her with something. I don't know right now. I'm sure we were.
Yeah, unfortunately, with holidays work, they're generally a very busy time for us. A lot of calls for service. The fireworks calls are categorized as a code 1 call, which means they can pen for other emergency calls, code 2, code 3 calls. And at the end of the day, those are pretty low priority calls for us, unless we're getting multiple ones where we're hearing that they're being set off recklessly or starting fires, those type of things that then will increase the priority of those calls. But they just usually end up pending for a while, and by the time a deputy can get around to looking for it, they're long done and over with and have been done for the day. I can tell you on the 3rd that there were, I think, 5 or 6 calls that had been pending for over an hour and a half, that after the fireworks event got done for us and we got all the traffic out of the area and dealt with a DUI rollover accident, I canceled the calls because they're over an hour and a half old. And there was no sense in a deputy spending time driving to those locations. There was nothing going on at, so.
Awesome, thank you, that's perfect. All right, anything else? Great, well, thanks for the late meeting. I think we got a lot covered though. I'll go ahead and adjourn. Have a great night.